Okay, it should work now. There we are. Okay, no countdown timer because we tried a couple of times. So we just go straight to it and start with a little bit of chat and Q&A. Give everyone a couple of minutes to join because I had to restart everything, and I eventually figured out what the problem was. So my microphone wasn't working, and it's the first time with my new system that it wasn't working, so I needed to double check things a little bit. And so I did, and I found what caused it, which means I found the solution. So there we are. Let me tell my... Okay, I'm back on now again. There we go. So in today's live stream, we're going to cover Elliott waves, which is of course, most people here know what it is, but if you don't, it's counting the charts using the waves on the chart. And we're going to check what the news does over here because we have some news right now, which is here, 2:30 p.m. Central European time. Let me refresh and get Wednesday out. So there we go. Countries. I don't want China in here. There we go. So 2:30 p.m. Central European time, which is right now. So expected volatility. The moment the news hit, we had a bit of a spike. But we'll see if we get some more volatility today because, of course, this is quite a small little bit of volatility. Now, should I start with the analysis? Maybe I have to wait just a little bit for people to come in because else I'll probably be repeating myself. So let's give everyone a couple of minutes. We're only 2 minutes live. I didn't have a countdown this time because this is the third time I'm booting up the stream. First 2 times my mic wasn't working and I didn't know why. But apparently with the new system, I have a Streamer X deck on my desk. And earlier today, I had a meeting with my business coach and I put my notebook on top of the Streamer X deck. And apparently the volume button of my microphone, you can click on it as well. And if I click on it, I think it mutes it, but I couldn't see the mute. So I was pressing other buttons on my Streamer X, and then I was like, wait a minute, can I press this like turn thing? And I did. And the moment I pressed it, there you go. So now I know to not put stuff on my Streamer X deck, which is connected to my mic, because this mic needs a system in between the laptop and the mic to work, which is the Streamer X, in order to get better quality sound. So yeah, we found a problem. We found a problem. Here we are. Now that being said, in today's live stream, we're of course going to cover the chart and have a look at the potential volatility that we get here as well. Okay. What am I going to do? And a lot of chatting and Q&A because compared to the live stream yesterday, not a lot has changed. So I will repeat what we were looking for yesterday. I'll talk about what happened. We touched the resistance. We rejected, of course, at the weekly naked point of control. Perfect touch. And I'll be explaining what I'm looking for as well. So some local Elliott wave analysis. Explaining what the probabilities are and what I am personally looking for. That's what we are going to do in today's live stream. And I will kick off the analysis in, let's say, about a minute. We're almost 5 minutes in, but that's because I didn't have a 3-minute countdown for people to join. So I'm just waiting a little bit because I know many people were actually there when I booted up the stream for the first time. There were 75 people in there in no time with countdown, but then my microphone didn't work. And I didn't know why. So if you just joined, this is the third time I'm trying. And now it works because I figured out what the problem was, which is my notebook pressing buttons, which it shouldn't have pressed, but it was my own mistake. So there you go. So very, very good. We are here. I'm happy to see all of you here in chat as well. So yeah, Odin, what's up? Piotr, Legendario, what's up? Liquid Mafia, finally a stream. You're on and I can watch. Yeah, afternoon again, eh? Afternoon, classic time. What's up, Liquid Mafia? Bert Jen, nice blue badge. Thanks for the support, Jen, eh? Thank you. Greg, what's up? It's been a while since I caught your live stream live. Greg from Boston, what's up, Greg? Cheers, man. It's good to see you here again. Kiwi as well, popping in. Vinian, Yannis, BTC Fox, Sam, Ruan. Just found you today and went through all your Elliott Wave educational videos. Good stuff. Happy to catch you live today. BTC, Bitcoin Fox, welcome, man. And thanks for checking out the educational material, because that is what it's there for, right? It's hopefully helping you to learn the theory of Elliott Waves in a lot of detail, and hopefully you can manage to implement some of that theory. So yeah, I guess we're going to get started now. We're pretty much at where we were before my mic decided to not work because of my mistake. NASDAQ, maybe have a look after Bitcoin. We'll be done quick with Bitcoin though. Abdul, welcome. Good to have you here as well. So yeah, let's jump in to the analysis, shall we? You can see I have quite a lot of folders here as well. Okay. So let's get started, and I'll get to the questions in a little bit. So yesterday, when I quit the live stream, yesterday price was here, about this area. And what we were looking for was price to move up. Remember, by the way, I was in a long from here, CVD related. So I caught to move up, and I mentioned during the stream, before I go to bed tonight, I'm out. I don't want to wait for price to hit my resistance. And the reason for this is because of the risk-reward ratio. So just to explain my thought process here. So of course I'm in a long, right? Stoppy, right? And we're looking for price to move up. Initial target is the box. However, price started ranging here, and I go to bed. We almost reached the target. And if you would calculate an RR from here, like, is it worth it? Just in case, right? Imagine you don't actually hit the resistance. It is the target, but we had a little bit of resistance here, being an order block on the 1 hour. And I was like, well, is it worth it to have an RR of 0.2 and go to bed? Because that's basically what you're doing, right? You're in profit, price is over here, right? Your entry down here, and you're risking this amount of profit versus this amount of gain. Now, of course, you have a little bit less profit if you take out your position, but I prefer to go to bed knowing I closed my trade. Why? We were looking for wave force 5s anyway, right? You have the grind, move up. This is where we started moving sideways again. So we weren't really looking for explosive continuation anyway. And this little bit here was not important to me. I prefer to go to bed with a very in a very chill state, not thinking about any open positions. And I didn't want to move my stop loss up and maybe stop loss here, for example, right? Because you look for 4-5. So I didn't want to get into that mess, because even if I would move my stop loss up, if we would look for a couple of 4-5s, which means the 0.618 is an invalidation, right? So officially your invalidation is down here. The RR is still rubbish. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to close. I told during the stream, when I end the stream, I'm closing the position, which I did. So now that we hit resistance, I am interested in shorting. And I'm observing we have some bearish CVDs, which to me is very, very interesting. But anyway, we hit the weekly naked point of control. So from an Elliott wave point of view, looking at the latest impulse, bit of a grind, quick move up, and we start to do this. Now, therefore, we're looking for a couple of 4-5s, right? Either finish at the high, or we have one more 4, and then eventually another 5, right? And then eventually we look for price to move towards the downside. We have still some untouched resistance above Of course, the first area has been touched, the box, weekly naked point of control. We were looking for 83K for quite a while, so that's now touched and tagged. However, it is more interesting to me to look for signs of weakness and look for price to retrace to the downside, which means I base it off the reaction that we have, right? So I keep a close eye on the chart. I do have my plan. So, yeah. So in other words, the probabilities are highest for a retracement. Either your high here is in and you look for a move down. Alternatively, you get another high and then look for a move down. And that is just purely because you are ending an impulse. Yeah, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another 4, another 5, right? 3-wave, ABC, and then continue up, finish the impulse, and then look for a retracement. But still, once you start moving into 4 5s, you don't expect price to move to 93K, right? You basically would look for a retracement to come. So it's more interesting to look for a retracement. And generally a minimum target for a retracement is the 0.382, right? And that one is currently at 80.1K. And that is the minimum, right? And depending on the move towards the downside, right? We'll see how far it goes. If price takes out this high, you take it from this low to the high made over there. And then we go over a couple of scenarios. I just want to show you all of the groups that I have here. Just so you, I suppose, know, not that one. I got to figure out which one is which. This is from yesterday. No. This is, oh yeah, this is where it starts, I think. Yep. The ray can go. I thought I had more. I mean, I probably didn't save everything. Let me, I didn't save all of the scenarios, but luckily, 1 second here, open. Luckily, I saved, or didn't save. Luckily, I put them in, I was just brainstorming this morning. So I just want to open them. I don't really want to jump into the whole chart. Open link. So there we go. Pictures. And yeah, I can mimic it on the chart, but you know, you'll pretty much be able to see it. So here, this is a flat ABC, and then you would be looking for another 4 and another 5. So you create one more high basically in this particular scenario to reach 84, right? Here, you would also look for another high. This is a 1, 2. You look for wave 3 to the upside, right? So in that case, you would have a 1, 2, and then look for 3, 4, 5. However, 2 touch the 886, lowers the probabilities. So, yeah. I'll probably put it on the chart anyway. This is a WXY with a zigzag ABC and Y, meaning this is then ABC. WXY, probability is lower for a WXY because X touched 0.7 fib taken from the start to the end of W. Then we have the diagonal. We spoke about this one a couple of times. So that is ABC diagonal. And now you look for ABC wave 4. Okay. And this is a multi 1, 2. So I'll just put them on the chart, I suppose, right? So I can draw them on the chart. Multi 1, 2 is 1, 2, 1, 2 up in 3. But again, wave 2 touched the 886. So let me put these scenarios on the chart for you. Then I can draw, right? Then I can draw as well. So I have my other window. So let's start with the flat. Well, luckily for us, we have the flat here. We also have some bearish CVDs. They keep growing here. So you can definitely count the first move down as a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bearish CVDs as well. I'm definitely interested. We are currently at a little bit of support, but let's see. So the 50-minute regular flat, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Alternatively, of course, 1, that's your 2, 3, 4, 5. So that you can see that this is the reason why I'm not very interested in longing. It's either one more high or your high is in. It's more interesting for me to look for price to move towards the downside. Huh? So that is your regular flat. No. Then in a impulse, what did I have? Just trying to copy the picture that I posted. Right, in an impulse, you would look at least for higher prices and then see another 4 or 5 like this. But your wave 2 here touched the 886 fib taken from this low to this high, which is very rare for wave 2 to touch an 886. So it lowers the probabilities for an impulse to the upside. WXY, double zigzag, wave X touched the. I will get to a conclusion soon. Okay, I just want to run through the scenarios. Oh, it's buffering. Uh-oh. Damn it. Oh. My Wi-Fi thing in my room here is good. It has two bright orange lights, so it should work. Should work on my end. Oh boy, more problems. Okay, very nice. We can hear you good. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Woo! Okay, so WXY, reason why. So then you have your A, B, your C, and Y. All right, so it's three-wave structure. Lower probabilities, why? 0.7 touched significantly lowers probabilities for a double zigzag WXY. Okay. Let's see. Then we have the diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want overlap with wave 1. In other words, you want price to move down anyway, which is the highest probability. You're looking for a retracement by all means because you're looking at an impulse to end. So we did not yet touch this line. There's no overlap yet with your wave 1. So in a diagonal, right, you have your 1, your 2, your 3, your 4, your 5. Wave 2 in a diagonal, right, can hit the 886. Arguably, it's quote-unquote more common. It's still not very common, but more common for a diagonal 2 to hit an 886 than an impulse 2, right? So an impulse is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's rare for 2 to touch the 886, but in a diagonal, it does happen often, more often. But you preferably still look for a wave 4 to the downside, right? So you're still looking for a retracement to overlap with wave 1, which is by far most common, right? And then you have the most bullish 1, 2, 1, 2 continuation. But that is low probabilities because price touched the 886. So now you've seen many different scenarios. You're like, okay, so what are the probabilities? The probabilities are like this. Theoretically, because of an impulsive structure, right, except the diagonal, any impulses touch the 886 in their wave 2 retracement, and the double zigzag touch the 0.7. Increases probabilities for a regular flat or a diagonal. price most likely moves into 4-5s, right? So we're ending impulsive structures as explained at the beginning of the stream. It means probabilities are higher, the biggest portion of the move is done. With this in mind, it's interesting to observe weakness while at resistance. We hit the weekly naked point of control, right? We still got a bit more resistance above. But from where price is now, one generally one generally doesn't expect a significant move towards the upside, right? Without at least at some point a retracement to a 0.382. Doesn't matter if this is another wave 4, then one looks for a 5 and eventually get a move down and look for a retracement. Or if your move is finished, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, get a 2, and then move down, or A, B, C. And of course, it doesn't necessarily need to find support here. It's just that you look for a retracement, and depending on the move, we could look for the double bottom or not, right? Because after a regular flat, you would expect price to take out the low, A, B, C, or your C is not finished. You look for a little bit higher. All right, this is still, look, you're still in the common target area for a wave 4. Oh, that's your common target area. Bit of support resistance. All right, all the way down to 79.6. We do have some bearish CVD divergences still. And the target is this low. Now, what bulls want to see is market structure changing bullish, and then have bullish CVDs. All right, so there's absorption of market longs with limit short orders. That's basically what CVD shows you. All right. But by all means, then again, right, you're either looking at the finished structure, impulse correction, and we look for a deeper retracement, or look for another high before the weekend, point of control, la-di-la, and then get a bit of a corrective structure down. That's currently the highest probabilities, and that's purely because of knowing an impulsive structure. Just looking here, we don't really need to know the context of what comes before. We don't need to look at this honestly. You're basically just looking here, and if you would count this as an impulse, it would make sense. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? Or 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get a 4, get a 5, and then move towards the downside. At the moment, if you have a finished structure here, this retracement is not deep enough. It is incredibly rare for any retracement to not at least touch the 0.382 and instead only find support on a 236. I don't have it activated because it's so rare, but here it is. And that's currently where we are, right? So if you move up, probabilities are higher. This is 4, that's 5, and then you go down later. Or the high is made over here. So yeah, I'm looking for a retracement. That's literally what I'm looking for. We have bearish CVDs. That's very interesting to me. We have the potential of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bit of a mess over here, right? Sideways structure. This sideways structure did touch the, if we do this, did touch the 0.382. So a minimum retracement target in that case has been hit. Yeah, that 1 second here. I don't know at which window oh, there we go. So yeah, this is what I'm looking for, which is part of the plan. And then let's see if price can actually take out the double bottom, which is still very interesting, as below us we have some interesting support. So with the price action we have over here at the moment, I'm still not very confident that a low is in and that it's only up from here. The probabilities from actually yesterday, or what was it, 2 days ago, have actually not changed. On the higher time frame, the probabilities are still higher to take out the double bottom here. There's at the moment no clear reason to say differently. Yeah, because as explained, impulse 1, 2, and then look for another 1, 2. You 2 touch the 886. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, in that case, no overlap allowed. Maybe we are gonna overlap. It's on the edge. but still to touch the 886. If it's a diagonal, then it's fine, but then we need A, B, C, get another move up, okay? And then get a move down. Then we can start giving the bulls a little bit of probabilities, right? And yeah, we'll take it from there. So yeah, what to say? waiting for a retracement, and the retracement will give us more information. I see the diagonal as the most probable one, as a 1 or an A. Yeah, I have it on my chart as well. I might actually have to resize it a bit. Definitely a very interesting scenario. Right? Depends on where your 3 finishes. Might be in, maybe one more high. Right? And then in the weekend, you can create your wave 4. Right? So it's definitely a scenario that I have on my chart. And this one would be good for the bulls. It's basically one of the few scenarios that would be good for bulls. So yeah, there's not too much ABC. Yeah, I'm not really into counting. I think this is all local stuff. Oh yeah. There we go. Organized. I mean, the CVD is, it's let me have a look here. Okay, so the bearish CVD is from this candle. It's actually not the high. So if I look at it myself instead of using the automated lines, that's why it's good to be able to read CVD though. So the blue line, you can see the peak. Oh, very nice. Refresh. Mr. Friends, I found a bug. Okay, anyway, we pressed escape, so it should work now. Wow, what is this stream, man? Like, microphone didn't work, people buffering. Holy man. But if we look at the blue line, I'm such a professional content creator. Look at me go. So the blue line here, right? And this blue line is moving above this candle, these two here. So that's your bearish CVD. It's with this candle. However, that is not a bearish CVD with actually the high. So, mate, this is fucking annoying. I'm actually getting pissed off now. I'm gonna, oops, we're not gonna look at AGGR anymore. I don't know if I'm gonna send this VOD to Mr. Friends. What minute are we? 28. Maybe he knows a solution. So, stay calm, everyone. Stay calm. Holy, what a day. So that's basically everything, of course, I wanted to talk about. So that being said, let's have a look at the chat, answer some questions, and then we'll probably speak about some more things. We got through all of this. Australia, yeah, it's evening now for you, Liquid Mafia. So, I mean, perfect. I haven't seen John in a while, by the way. Curious how he does. Africa, Australia, New Zealand. Welcome, everyone. 1080p, it should be HD. I can stream in 4K, but if I stream in 4K, I think I can do lower FPS, and I think more people experience buffering. Yo, Dawa, how are you, man? How are you? Family and business at 100% of my attention. Came back and still at 80. Yeah, welcome. Welcome. How are you doing? Family and business are doing well. Hopefully your trading does as well. I see the diagonal is the most probable. Yeah. So if we go up in a fifth wave, are you taking a short? If I see weakness afterwards, yes. But I never snipe highs or lows. You never see me enter at the exact high or the exact low. It's very rare if I do it. So if price takes out the high, right, and we reach higher resistance, I just observe the move to the downside. So I am also now, I am interested, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's always the first high into resistance. It's always a bit of a question mark. Like the first high generally is not the high kind of vibe. We touched the 886 here as well for a potential 2. So that's on my mind as well, which doesn't yet give me full confidence. And the CVD divergence is actually not with the highs, which we just identified. So yeah, there is of course a potential 5, creates a bit of a mess here, but you know, I don't want to. I'm not here to trade moderate setups. I'm here to trade the best setups, and if there's no best setup, I don't take a trade. So I think Samith, I don't know if Samith is here, but he's a great analyst. He's in the group in gold, and you know, chatting. And he spoke about his trading approach. I think, was it to this morning? I don't know, this morning or yesterday. Yo, have a good night, Kiwi. Thanks for popping in, man. And with the way he's trading now using Gun and Elliott waves, he has about 4 to 5 setups a month. Now, just reflect how many setups you take in a month. Now, when I look at my own trading, I mean 4 to 5. I think I don't have my Excel sheets open with my data, but I'll probably be around, let's say, like a 10, 15 max, right? Averaging maybe 10, sometimes less, sometimes more, because I just wait for a good opportunity, not an okay opportunity. And I want things to align nicely, right? So my most recent short was taken here. After we hit the box, we had 1, 2, 3 lows, which created the potential for a diagonal, plus bearish CVDs that were building here as well. That is why I took it. Anyway, we can convince you to share your data. No. All my trading data in my Excel sheet. Chocolate bar and a pack of sweets. No, I'm happy to talk about some stats, but I can't show all of the analytics and all of the data and the journaling and the text, and you know what I mean. I have a template of the stuff I use in Diamond, but of course, you know, everyone fills it for themselves. So this is that's the last short that I took, which was 27. So that's like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I took a long here because we were at support, looking to finish a 5-wave structure. So this is similar scenario now, right? Similar scenario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I took a long because we were at support here, if you remember. So I was looking to see price move up, right? Now, here, right, just focusing purely on this structure on the lower time frame, it's very similar. 1, 2, 3, maybe get another 4 and 5 just to get the ranges, right? You have a bigger range here, you have a range here. So I'm interested, just like I was here as well. Also with this move, I started to be interested to look for a long, right? Once we started bouncing here, and we took the lows again, and then eventually got the reversal. It's exactly the same now. I have the exact same type of scenario on my mind now, where I'm like, well, it looks like we're looking to end an impulsive structure. So it becomes interesting to look for a retracement, and that would be one that I'm interested in taking, right? So yeah, and we'll see if this is enough for me. It's when I woke up, price was here when I woke up. So literally the whole day nothing happened. But it is a lot more interesting for me to look for price to move down now. And of course, arguably what I could do is be like, well, I'll just enter, put my stop loss somewhere around, above the box. Mind you, there's a couple of higher levels as well. And sometimes what I like to do is I start with a bigger stop loss, right? I could even put it above 88. And then target, preferably take out the double bottom, but it depends on the structure to the downside. So I might, of course, close here if this turns into corrective structure. If you take the high and the move down is corrective, well, I look for price to take out the high again. So I go long and I'll close the short. But of course, arguably, what I sometimes like to do, which I haven't done yet now, is I enter, I have a very big stop loss, right? Look for price to take the double bottom initially, maybe lower support. And then as price gives more information, I add. So I compound, and I compound while also lowering my stop. And that's how my risk-reward ratio goes up. Right. So, yeah, interesting. The yellow line and the blue line difference. The yellow line on the AGGR chart, I'm so done. I don't know why it gives me the error there, but the blue line is the aggregated CVD, so it's many platforms together. The yellow line is the Bybit CVD, and the reason why the Bybit CVD is in here while I trade on Blowfin is because back in the day when I started, I actually happened to trade on Bybit when I started. And then I got used to that CVD because every CVD is a little bit different. You can see the difference also between blue and yellow. But if I would put Binance here or Coinbase here, every line is a little different. But I got used to reading the Bybit line. That's why I never changed it. Everyone, of course, free to change this template. But yeah, that's why it's in Discord. But that is why that's why I use yellow and blue. So that is the difference. It's just a different way of calculation. The one is aggregated, the other one is Bybit. Can you elaborate on where you are most interested in entering a short? Between where price is now and making one more high. I don't mind entering late. I don't care about sniping highs or lows. I care about winning. So yeah, and 15 minutes. Can't deny, I'm definitely like on the fence. We also have an 886 touch here. How can we count this? This must be ABC. W. X, Y, yeah, I'm definitely. WX. I mean, we have an 886 at the low. WX, A, B, C, D, E. We can't get the triangle, like a WXY triangle. I don't know. Again, like it's just my style. I want to trade like the best and not okay. I know there's bearish CVD and but yeah, it's not with the high. I don't know. I'm patient. I'm a very patient trader. I don't, and also I don't care about missing moves. I get it. I missed this one. I was asleep. Right. So happens. I also did not trade the move up. Did not trade the move down. I did go long here though. And yeah, bearish CVDs. 886 touch. I don't know, it's definitely enticing me. Oh. Could always enter with a big position or a big stop loss. What do you think about market's next move? We're looking for retracements. Either your high is in or one more high, but looking for a retracement. Of course, we also hit resistance. What do you think about the FIB time on wave 4 to make it low probability that we'll take the current high? Well, let's see. If we end wave 2 here and do this and do that and do this, we're at 4, which is still okay. But you don't want to move beyond the 5. If you make a new low after 5, very low probabilities. This is still 4. All right. But then also again, now we hit an 886 again, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 correction. 886, 886. On your other chart, what are the red and green dots? Oh, that shows the CVD. This shows absorption. So this is a bearish CVD, the red lines, and the green one is a blue CVD, or is a bullish CVD. So that is what you see here. So it shows absorption of market shorts or market longs. So I do have a template with dotted lines, yes, which is in Discord. Oh, I forgot to change the link in my description after the stream yesterday. I still have to do that. The newest version, DAO, is not available. I'm struggling to install automated lines on CVD. It's all in Discord. So you go to the Good to Know channel, and then you go to the website here, right? You either download this template or the one with lines, and then you follow these steps. Go to the website, click on the 3 dots at the right bottom corner, click on settings, click on plus new, select the template, and there you go. So, and then you'll be good. No. Special CPI count. Yeah, I do like to be live when news hits, because there might be some action, some volatility, which is fun. I gotta say it's pretty calm still. We had a little bit of a spike, but with the bearish CVDs, I'm also like, yeah, you know, I look for price to take out this low. We touched the 886 here, touched the 886 here. There's quite some bearish CVDs, potential 5 move down. Yeah, definitely interesting. So 100%. In the 50-minute time frame, is the 886 touch at 23.15 relevant? We're taking out the high. No, I mean, it's not some. I'm not really looking at this 886. I think I mentioned it only once here. What is more interesting is, so the moment this 886 is touched, initially you're going to be looking for price to take the high, but once price moves away by over the 1.618 trend-based FIB, taken from this high to this low to this high, once you start to move beyond the 1.618, the 886 gets less, is less like demanding. It becomes a bit less interesting, and it becomes more interesting to just look at the structure afterwards. So yeah, I'm not really keeping an eye on the 886 here. What an 886 that would be relevant is if you take one from, now you have a bit of a downtrend. If you have the 886 here and it gets touched, yeah, you look for price to take the high, touch the 886, move down to a golden pocket, take the high afterwards. This is like, and it's news as well, it's like a news day. So yeah, news days. Yeah. A, B, C, D, E. No. Just take the lows already and get it over with. Bybit, no 886 touch. Yeah. Ah, there we go. There we go. Was about time. Okay. I put my stop loss break even. Not gonna lie. I entered. Entry was let's see, 81506. So it's literally here. But I'm not a signal guy, so my stop is already break even. I managed. That's it. I don't care about what price does next. It can go back up. It can go further down. I just had to. So maybe I caused the short little move here. Of course I didn't. Yeah, New York opened, so at least we get a bit of a retracement, which is good. Up, wave 4. Yeah, but then again, either 4 or 5 or high in and look for a retracement. So it's, yeah, one still looks for the retracement. Oh, I got to update silver, by the way. The bear CVDs, of course, played out now. Bear CVDs played out. Update. There we go. Okay, let's see. That means that we also now have overlap with this high. Now on a 1 hour time frame, there's actually a gap here. I've been keeping an eye on this gap. So this was the low of the gap. This is your gap. So let's see, like if the gap gets filled. 78.3 support. 77.2 is my first horizontal. Then again, it's either again, this can still be wave 4. So that's why I'm cautious and put things at break even, but it wouldn't, resistance, bearish CVDs, took out the lows, CVDs played out. Do we have some volume coming in? Yes. So it gives the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Messy, whatever happens over here. If you want impulsive continuation, this should be another 1, 2, right? And you would look for a wave 3 down if impulsive. So yeah. Probably some Monday range traders coming in too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, typical range trading, of course, in that case, I mean, you're in the middle of this range, but you could arguably look at the range like this. Wait. And then your move now is put this on white, is a deviation. All right, so yeah. Is this a good one? Yeah, it's pretty neat, right? Support, support, support. Then you have resistance, deviation, move back into the range, close in the range, maybe retest of the range. Who knows? Maybe more bearish CVDs. And yeah, see what happens. But I don't really trade channels. Or I tend to not. So I really like trading in ranges, but I'm not a range trader as like I put a channel on here and I trade every low and I trade every high and I take profit 50% in the middle and I close on the other side. I've never, I don't know, I've never actually traded like that, but I can see the value in doing that. You just, the most important thing is when do you pull the range, right? So when are you actually going to put the range on your chart? You need like a system to put a range on in order to trade. Because the first move, you have no idea if the first move is going to create a range. So like you get a first move, you get a retracement, right? But there's still no range yet. But yeah, I'm not a range trader. There's an indicator for it. Oh yeah, Monday high and low. Yeah. There was another guy in our Discord group that very nice. That did a lot with Monday high lows, week open and close, and those type of things. Spaceman BTC. Yeah, okay. Spaceman BTC. Ooh. Ooh. Yes, many. I would need to know the exact one here. Nice. It's the first. Okay, the first. Let's have a look then while we're at it. Key levels. Oh, wait. Okay, I see what it is. Okay, so that's what it does. Okay. So that is where we had a little rejection, moved above and then below. So Monday high and Monday. Okay, so that is the range that I put on my chart with the channel, but it's nice. This is actually quite nice. If you use these levels or you build data on them, this is a great indicator to use. So I don't use this in my trading. It's not that I will use it, but it looks really good. Looks very good. It's well done. Yearly open, current year mid. What I would prefer though, I don't know if that's possible, if the levels are on the chart. So if it can extend to the right, and then you actually get the levels, the price. But yeah, you know. Nice indicator made by Spaceman. Yo, otters. I see some otters. How's Alex doing? How's dad? How's dad and his wife and his fam? Alex the dad now, yo, with the little one. Sorry, pop. Yeah, let's have a look at Nasdaq. Cheers, Dower. Thanks for popping in, man. What's your rationale now for compounding? My position, my stop loss wasn't as big as I just showed Sam. So I wasn't looking for this because I saw you have these CVDs and I saw this one here as well. So my stop loss was a lot lower. I'll show you in Discord later. Volume increasing, that's what we like to see. Why is the $500 areas with confluence so respected? Market maker. No, it's just the tools that I like to use, and yeah, I don't know. It's more people will probably have something there, right? At least people that use similar tools. But yeah, I mean, I use volume, I use the time frame horizontals, and those are some of my favorite levels, and I create my boxes around those levels. And yeah, generally the boxes are well respected, and depending on a reaction, I will decide what to do. So of course we also had a box over here, right? And now we have a box here. I don't really have a box to the downside. I mean, arguably I could put one at the daily naked point of control. There's also a 786 there, and we do have an order block. Oops. So that is interesting to me. I don't really have a box above because the levels are very scattered. And I prefer the weekly naked point of control, this whole range point of control. So those are bigger levels. And a daily in here. And then to the downside, yeah. I mean, I might put a box on the daily naked point of control, but it's just a level I keep in mind for now. Yeah. So yeah, it's just a trading style. I don't think I do anything exceptional. So let's see, where's the volume? Wow, the volume is so high. Wait, it's 2. Is that 300? Okay, let's go to 148 then. Volume profile 786. This is also the 4-hour order block. Yeah, okay. Wow, volume is very scattered in this range here. Let's change this up a little bit, like this. Oh, we can see a bit of a bounce locally. ABC potential. Hello? Hello. Ah, there we go. Okay, so the point of control of the range is also here at 77.5. Daily naked point of control. Yeah. 4-hour order block. Just below the golden pocket. So I wouldn't look for the golden pocket for support. But if price would move up a little higher, so this is still 4, if it would move up a little higher, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's never really in confluence. The 786, it has to go to 86. That's very high. I wouldn't really look at the fibs. I would just pull a box here and be like, that is a little point of control. So this area would then be a box. And that's then your daily book or the block. And then there you go, box made in the targets. Ta-da. So that's how it goes. I don't do anything special, or everyone can use these levels. I mean, it's all public stuff, and it's no paid indicators or. And then I have my boxes, and I have my plan, I suppose. I could tell when you make contact with the last range. Okay, like a support resistance slip. So that is going to be your highest point then, I suppose. Good morning, French Toaster, of course. What's up? Otter Gang, Alex O'Crypto. Andre, in a higher time frame, I guess, like the daily, a doji candle is a good indication of a range coming between the high and low. Doji candles, yeah, I've heard about. I don't really trade candles, but a doji is indecision, and indecision could be translated to a range coming, right? I don't have experience with this way of thinking, but I can see why a doji candle may be an indication of a range to form. So I can see I can see the thought behind it, I suppose. How do you get your naked points of control? There are several ways to do it. So you can use the volume profile, or just like on. Wait, let me get you this. 1 second. Then we go here. We go to, which playlist was it? That one? Oh, Jeroen. Is Jeroen here? No, I don't know. So you go to this video, volume profile, and I talk more about the levels here as well. So that's a video I always would recommend to watch. So you can use volume profile, right, to get those levels. And then you take the volume profile, let's say on a 15-minute time frame, if you want to take the day. I know that my day on the chart with UTC +2 starts at 2 a.m. You can check that by going to a 4-hour time frame and just look at the bottom. You can see 2 a.m. now, and then the next candle next to it starts at 10 p.m. So my day starts at 2 a.m. Right? So I pull a volume profile from 2 till 2. Make sure it's not extended to the right. And then there is your daily naked point of control. Okay? That's one way to do it, but it's a little less accurate. So you can also use an indicator called PVP. Go to indicators, write PVP, and you'll find it. You put the PVP on day, right? And then you get red lines. This is the current daily point of control. This was the one from yesterday. Ta-da! Same area, right? So you can use this as well. You can see the previous days as well. There's an untouched one over there, which I guess I have on my chart. Yep. There you go. And you can also use the weekly with PVP. So you can go to week and it will show you the weekly point of control of this week, but also the one of last week. However, you can see that this weekly point of control on PVP is lower than the one from Atas. And Atas is completely free for crypto users at least. And that is what I use. And I share my Atas templates. It's public. It's you don't have to do anything except the fact it's in Discord, but you know. So Atas templates, and there they are. So in case you want to use Atas, because Atas to me is the most accurate one. So that's why I like to use it. So you can use PVP, and then you can also still use market sessions and volume profile by Leviathan. And you can see it's currently set on daily, same area, or put it on weekly. And then there is your weekly one, right? So again, a little lower than Atas. So those are the things that you can use, or at least the ones I can sort of recommend, I suppose. But I use Atas myself. I do have PVP and the Leviathan indicator on my chart because I do like to check. And the red levels on my chart here are either PVP or Leviathan. The blue levels are all Atas. Yellow or I guess purple are all Atas as well. Do you think it will close the CME gap by this time? Honestly, I actually don't know where the CME gap is. I don't use CME gaps in my trading. I never look at the chart, to be honest. The value area low. Oh, I see. If it goes down to 70, I'll see lows probably taken. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Hope he gets well soon. Alex had to cut his stream 5 minutes ago. Looks very worried. Oh. Hope he got it. Okay, yeah, indeed. Hope he's well soon. We'll probably hear more next stream, or it's just private stuff. But hopefully he does well, takes care of himself and the family. Right? Do you think it could be a bull trap from market makers? Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Wait, isn't that something I actually put in my? Yeah. These were the probabilities yesterday. Psychology. Bait some longs first before hitting stop losses at the double bottom. Question mark. Up for debate. For our probabilities haven't yet changed. You would preferably look for a diagonal. But we now keep an eye on the local structures. But wait, where? Oh, there. So yeah, there's absolutely, from a psychology point of view, a reasoning to see that happen. Thanks, Mark, for sending us here. Yo, Mark, man. I like Mark is like he's the marketeer. Marketeer of the channel. Oh, Jeroen, in the Linktree, we need to remove one of the playlists. Just to clean it up. I wrote it in Discord. Marketing, yeah. Hearts out to the Otter King, exactly. Koen, which one do you like the most, Trackmania or charts? I mean, look, it's a different like as a game, it's Trackmania, but work related, I suppose, or what I do is the charts now. But if we are not thinking about entertainment versus more like professional environment, do I like the charts more or do I like Trackmania more? Then I think, well, I barely play Trackmania at the moment. I watch it all the time, but I barely touch it myself, like play the game. So I guess it's going to be the charts at the moment. Because I'm just so busy with stuff that I don't really take the time to sit down and play a game anymore, really. But yeah, Trackmania, such an amazing game. It's just something I've been observing for the last few weeks that so with the boxes being respected. Yeah, I mean, that's why I have them. And that's why I also talk a lot about the boxes in the videos, in the content. So people that are on my channel for a longer period of time, of course, there's new people coming in every day, but people that are new to my channel or are not new, like people that have been here for a while, like yourself and probably many others, they know how well respected the boxes are. And then, of course, afterwards I remove them. So you can see there's no boxes here, right? I just removed it. Remember this one as well, right? When the low was made, was on a box, right? And many of these highs and lows are made on boxes. So yeah, I like those levels, and that's why I share them with all of you, so that you know just what my areas of interest are, because it shows an area of interest, and it doesn't necessarily shows a trade entry. But the moment a box is touched, I will look for an entry. So depending on a reaction at a box, I will consider entering a position. And my entry is, of course, related to Elliott waves, some of my levels and volume and CVD and the whole thing together. I will decide on what I do. But at least once it's touched, I get interested, right? And it doesn't happen too often that there is a reversal point not related to one of the boxes. Right? So yeah. And if price does reverse before touching a box, it tends to come back. I remember here we missed out the box by, I don't know, it was just a few bucks. I don't know, $100 maybe, $200. We missed the box. You can go back to the content of the 12th of March. I'm not comfortable when that happens. It's annoying to me. I actually wrote that in silver. And then here you come back, you touch the box, and you get a bit of a bounce. So yeah, happy. And then I'm happy again. It can be very frustrating if price is missing the box by a hair, because I do like them to be touched. But then again, it's just experience. It's just experience. You'll find your tools and the ones that you really like to use, and you will find areas on the chart that will perfectly work for you. For example, I did not have a box here, but we did reject and move to the downside, right? And I did not have anything here. But maybe on your chart with the tools that you use, you actually had resistance here and it got respected, right? So yeah, there's different tools and different things for everyone, but I really like the boxes. Yeah. Nope. Thanks, Mark. Yo, Mark, man. Mark is back. Yo, how's your house, Mark? How's your house? When is it finished? Or are you already finished? Counter trade call and Lembo soon. Call the Moon told his fans to long around 82K. Wait, you mean just now, or or in this range? Yeah, that's not great. I don't know. Maybe his 500K subscribers can join mine channel. I'll happily I will happily provide them with some proper analysis. Clip it and ship it. Yeah, not great. 82. Of course, like in like at least in the short term here, if you're gonna make a diagonal and you get a 4, you create a 5, you get a retracement, and then you move up, and then probably it's gonna be like, oh look, 82 was a great buy, right? But it depends on the risk management. Like look, if 82K is the area, where is 82K? 82K. Like you can buy at 82K and be like, well, stop loss at 50K, target all-time high, 1-to-1 R, perfect. Ta-da. Yeah, you know. But if it's meant to scalp, right? And you would do this, that's not cool, right? So yeah. Do you trade other markets too? I am mostly, if not purely, focused on Bitcoin. Yeah, less is more for me. Bitcoin gives me more than enough. I don't really like to have too much too much things going on with other charts and managing multiple trades and all that stuff. So far, the move is a little bit slow. We could now count a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave move as well on the chart, which means that I will manage my position with a partial close. What am I gonna do? Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, nice. It did come through. For a second I was like, wait, didn't I have it? Stop loss break even, profits taken, no risk trade. Yeah. And the reason I do it, by the way, is just in case we have some sort of an ABC. I don't want to be. I've had that in the past. Like you get like ABC and then plop and you go back up, and I'm like, nah, not today, not today. So the fact that we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here makes me exit. Of course, this can be 1, 2, 3, flat in 4, 5, go lower, but I'm still in a position. You know, fees are covered, everything covered. The rest is purely profit. So, you know, whatever. Wait, which playlist did I? It's in Jeroen, it's in Discord, in the team chat. Did you see it? I just tagged you in team. There are two different types of traders. The ones who just focus at one market and the others who trade several markets. I mean, I guess you're right. But there's also no third type. So, yeah. Well, there might be a third type. You have the people that trade one asset. You have the traders that trade one market. And you have the traders that trade multiple markets, right? You can trade only Bitcoin. You can trade crypto, or you can trade crypto, stocks, etc. You know, that sort of stuff. And of course, you also have traders that may trade futures, but they also trade contracts, and they also trade, you know, like all these other type of ways to get involved in the market. Call from I used to watch that guy in the beginning. BitBoy was arrested. Yeah, I know. I don't really know what's going on. because I don't generally am involved with crypto markets and stuff outside of my own channel. So I do my stuff on YouTube, but I tend to not look at other analysts, other videos, because I want to just focus on my own thing and not be distracted by things that happen outside of my own analysis, or get ideas from others that then might be wrong or correct, but I don't want to be influenced. I just want to do my analysis. But I don't know what happened. I do know I think he's in jail, but yeah, he's been going through quite a roller coaster, I believe. But I don't really know what's going on. I'm not someone that I'm the wrong guy for that. Yeah, I only have time for one asset. It's also like, how much do you like? So when you trade one asset versus trading multiple assets, right? Like, can be crypto related assets. How much more profit does it give you if you are trading multiple assets? It can be a lot. For some people, it will be very little, right? How much time versus reward, right? Do you get time versus money? If you do analysis on all these charts, and it takes you a very long time, but the money you get in return because of trading all those markets is not worth the time, you can scale down probably. But in my case, I just like the less is more approach. I focus on Bitcoin being the biggest one, right? And I do like to analyze others. Like I like analyzing altcoins. And oh wait, we were gonna have a look at the Nasdaq. What's the code for Nasdaq, guys? Because I never look at it. Is it this or NQ? Is it NQ? NQ1? That one? I got asked, have a look. So I just want to have a look. Is it this one? Where I won't long anywhere here. I do not. So I'm in a short. I do not care about the long, even if it goes up here, because we are at resistance. This is no long area for me. Long area would be touching the box down here, observe the reaction. If price moves up here, I'm going to look for shorts again. Okay, wait. It's the NQ one? NDX. Oh, well, I guess that works. Wait, do I have it in my list? N. No. Because I'm not sure if I have any analysis. DXY is there, but no, I don't know. Oh, volume was loading. Okay. Holy. I think there's another chart with even more history, no? But okay, I don't need the other chart. I think we looked at it once, this chart, but it's not like we need it. Is it always this broken? I think so, right? Nasdaq 100. This is the E-mini. That's all E-mini. NQ. Okay, wait. This chart is yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, this chart is better. Okay. Let's have a look. I actually have stuff. Yes. Okay. This was the chart. Okay, perfect. Let's see what I have here. Oh, not a lot of history. Anyway. Okay, that was wrong. This is up. Eventually, we're looking, of course, for a little bit of a top. Ooh, I would need to dive into this again. Bearish, 1, 2, 3. I mean, this, at least this was correct. And then look for a 5. Small retracement, though. That can go out. That can go out. This is old. One. Old Cooney analysis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. You can even see the fibs. The fibs are my old colors. This is from, I think, over a year ago, easy. Maybe even before I started YouTube, which would be before the start of 2023 even. Macro bull, 1, 2, look for 4, look for 5. At least the target area for 5 is nicely respected. 1.618. Looks like a mess. Probabilities. Okay. Feeling is neutral. Great job, Old Koen. Absolutely zero guidance. I've never made a video about the Nasdaq, by the way. So, okay. Let's have a look then now ourselves. Mm-hmm. 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 Simple support resistance. Flip. Can we get a volume profile on this thing? Or you expect only 3 waves ABC long? I mean, after the impulse up, we just had ABC correction now. Yeah, which is also the reason why I took some profit out, just in case it is an ABC. But I don't have interest to long here at the moment. We moved to the downside. Bearish CVDs played out. If price, right? So if price, I mean, there's always interest too long, but price would need to move up, right? Change structure, get bullish CVDs. I don't know how deep this went now. Like if you would pull a fib from this high to this low to this high, is this still flat territory or not? I probably won't be really looking for a flat though. Maybe get a 4, maybe another low in 5, but yeah, I'm not longing. I need, so generally before I short or long, I need a lot more information. It's too early for me. Oh, literally backtested the previous year here. That one is touched. There was a weekly here. Sorry if so when I'm focusing and when I'm analyzing, I can get very quiet. So sorry in well, not in advance anymore because I just now was a bit quiet. Weeklies. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. Up, up. Now, of course, we do have an 886 at the high, which means that the bias is bullish. Bit of a retracement, but 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 1 second, I need to do this. Lots of confluence at 14K. Yeah, of course, you also have the point of control of this structure, probably of this range as well. 14, 15. Monthly. It's also, of course, on a monthly time frame. It's like that's arguably like your like order block. I probably, if I go to 6 months, can we get a block there? 2 months. Maybe 3. Yeah, okay, there you go. 3 months might actually look best. So touch the point of control. You have the monthly, yeah, I mean, arguably a little bit extended, but it's 14, 15 is of course interesting for sure. You do need, of course, a bigger 3-wave structure. Wow, Bitcoin is like stalling, huh? Okay, daily. Like this live stream now is for the it's like for the diehards now. Like Kun being quiet, less entertainment, more analysis on the chart now. Yeah. Hmm. I feel safe when you are around. That's what my wife tells me as well. Ashley, is that you? Hello? Nice. This is the best. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna explain my thoughts. I mean, I'm still looking for higher on the Nasdaq. The question, of course, do you first go 15, 14K? No, but 886 touched, of course, rare for 2. But 1, 2, 3, no overlap here. If this is a 1 and a 4, it just missed out on overlap, so you can count a 5 wave. And if you want to make Elliott waves very simple, you can use the numbers. Not many people know this. People that have been here on the channel probably remember because I sometimes talk about this. But this is a great tip. So when you count a structure, there is what's called as like the Elliott wave numbers, right? So you don't even need to know the exact count of a structure as long as you see the waves. As long as you see the waves, you can just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Now, of course, that's obvious, but let's say it's like 6, 7. So what are bullish numbers and what are bearish numbers? A bullish number is 5, right? Plus 4. 5, 9, 13, 17, 21, 25, 29. Those are bullish numbers. Bearish numbers is 3 plus 4. 3, 7, 11, 15, 19, 23, etc. So even if you don't count a structure, you could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Hello, Koen. So if price would retrace here to the downside, right? Maybe you change structure, probabilities are higher, this is corrective. You don't even need to analyze it. Probabilities are higher that this is corrective. Now the analysis would be, in this case, a W, right? X, Y, double zigzag. just because it's then ABC, correction, ABC, but you know. But that's detailed. That's Elliott waves for you. But 7, right? So an impulse is, of course, a 5-wave structure, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obvious. But I can continue counting and do a +4, right? So we have here a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go. I should actually, wait 1 second. Let me draw it a little bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a double 1, 2 with a double 4, 5. Right? This is 9. Not many people know the Elliott wave number, so it's interesting to know about. In case you are confused counting, just look at the waves. Zoom out, count the waves. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go. If price retraces from here, impulsive structure. Okay? Okay, anyway, that being said, a little bit of education, I suppose. Go back to the chart. So here, what you could do now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've never seen a 4 like that. Thanks, it's my writing. I used to study to become a doctor, you know. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment. And price is retracing back to the previous range. So having a wave A, B, C is definitely something that I currently have in mind, right? For that reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unlikely at that moment it is finished, right? If it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, W, X, Y, but you still take out the low. So it creates a feeling at the moment that you're not finished. We do have the 886. So yeah, I am looking for price to take out the high still later, right? But it doesn't feel like a correction is finished. We hit the support resistance, right? Just like horizontal to the downside. 15 to 14K is very interesting. I mean, this is maybe a little high. It's like this. Right, that would be like a target box. Let's see if PVP also works here. By the way, this is weekly. Let's do monthly. Does that work? Or is it only crypto? I think I'm happy I took profit. Yeah. Oh, PVP actually works. Not bad. So we do have a... Wait, what is my setting now? Month. Okay, that's the highest it goes. So these are resistances. So area of resistance, also a monthly order block here around 19 to 20. This one is touched now. Okay, now we go to 13, but you first got to lose. Let's see if it does. Let's see if this one works. Market sessions and volume profile. So yeah, from an analysis point of view, the move to the downside counts at the moment as a 5-waver. right? And even in an ABC, mind you, an ABC is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wave move, right? A, B, and then you have your impulse down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. While I move my little box. Where was it? Uh-oh. There. I don't know. So therefore, it is unlikely that the Nasdaq at the moment has bottomed. So, I mean, temporarily, yeah, sure. We of course move up, and we can look for a bigger structure. What's the low here? Okay, not an 886. Now, with regards to resistance, let's have a look. The only way you can end something here is to not count this as a whole one. This has to be like a corrective structure, that, and then this is your second leg. But you can see it's very out of context, right? You can see how big the second part is compared to the first. So, yeah, it makes more sense to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, that being said, resistance, that is what we're looking for. Monthly, weekly. So we do have the order block here. Daily. Oh, I mean, I might as well just put that on the chart. I really like volume, so we're gonna put a volume profile on the chart. Let's start with this low over here. Let's just have a look. I'm gonna put the levels on my. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm gonna do it differently. Just pull different ones. Just pull a few and then see where the overlap is. So that's from that low. That's from the high. This is from the low. And then let's now just focus on this range. Wow, it's so different. Oh, wait. Sorry. Put this higher. Oh, not 1,000, 500. Okay, so a little bit of a point of control. You can see it was. I'm more interested in point of controls than. So the red lines are more important to me than the blue lines. Right, the point of controls are red. So a little bit of resistance moved above. The next point of control is in the white box, and then we have a double one here. So you can see there's a double one here around 21, and then this range has one at 21 as well. So what do the fibs say? Fibonacci. Wait, I am on log, but is this, should I be on log? I mean, 24% move down. Let's see what the difference is with the fib. Golden pocket on top of the point of control, 786, right next to the other point of control. So now I do like, wait, where's my box? Okay, it's very big. Anyway. So I would prefer, oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Point of control, golden point. I'm going to check later on the monthly again to see where the order block is compared to the box now. And this would be another area. Okay, it's just above the order. I will definitely keep an eye on the order block. What's this line? That one. Or yeah, keep an eye on the order block, but it's I like the confluence above with the point of control, golden pocket. This one arguably is in confluence with a bit of a, we make it a little bigger. Then we also have some support resistance in here. Okay, there we go. Pin that down. So there you go. Put it down here. The remainder of my position is almost stopped out now on Bitcoin. And that is why you take profit, everyone. Okay. So that's resistance. Put the boxes. Targets. Of course, the move to the upside has to be corrective. At the moment, we don't have a lot of information on the lower time frames. Oops. Wait. Oh, we also touched, I think we had an 886 touch here as well, no? Yeah. Same as Bitcoin, no? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, potentially first 4, second 4, one more high in 5. That could get you to the 20K area, which is where we have the resistance. And the order block is just below. Am I gonna put something on the chart with this order block or not? Like if I make this white, what am I gonna do? Put the volume profile here. Let's see. Lower time frame of this range. Today, please. If the Nasdaq is not near a low, can Bitcoin be near a low? Probably not. The only thing, of course, here is, look, the 886 is touched, right, here at the high. So, and that is relevant in an uptrend, 886. It is rare for it too. The only other way to end something at the low would be a WXY. You can't really fit an A, B, and a C in here. Like 1, 2, you need a 3, 4, 5. But we're on a daily. If this is your 2, we cannot even see wave 4. Yo, have a good day, Adam, man. Yo, Adam, by the way. Yo, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. So it's very unlikely, of course, that you have some sort of a 4 here that would match this as a 2 and then an A, B, and a long C. Comparing this structure with this one looks better. But if we count this as, like, for example, a 3 waver, this has to be a 3 waver. You need to go for a WXY double zigzag, but then wave X moved beyond the 0.7 fib taken from start to end of W, which is low probabilities, then you can consider a flat, and a flat is an A, B, and then a wave C. B has to touch at least the 0.9 fib, which I think it does, which it did, which gives you the opportunity to count a wave C to the downside on the NASDAQ. However, wave C needs to be 5 waves. 1, 2. Where's our 4 again, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We cannot count this as a 4 anymore because it moved too high. It overlaps with this low. So we can't count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Unless we start going into ending diagonals, but it's expanding. And an expanding diagonal is very rare. It's never preferred unless everything else fails. So this limits the possibility of counting this low as a low. So what I usually like to do on streams is be like, okay, you have different structures. You have a zigzag, you have a flat, you have a triangle, and you have the WXYs. Right? Oh, and then you have, of course, impulses. We start with impulses generally, right? Because they're easier to recognize. Could you, and it's just a could, right? Because you're questioning yourself now, you're analyzing the chart. Is there a possibility here? Let me remove this, of a impulse. Right? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's very obvious. Does it fit with the rules? Well, wave 2 touched the 886, but okay, we know it's not an invalidation for a wave 2, right? But hey, okay, it touched the 886. Let me do this for a second. Do wave 1 and 4 have overlap? No, they don't have overlap. Okay, that's good. Wave 3 is not allowed to be the shortest. Okay, so if this is wave 3, we compare wave 1, trend-based fib, start of 1, end of 2, toggle on just the 1-to-1. Wave 3 is longer. Okay, so that one is checked as well. So could we count a potential impulse? Yes, we can count a potential impulse to the downside. The problem is, of course, that if you, and of course wave 2 did not go beyond this high. I mean, maybe we could go even lower because of course this chart sometimes leaves out info, but we can clearly see the high is higher than this. So there's no wave 2 takes the high of 1 stuff. So can we count an impulse? Yes. We can. However, if this is an impulse to the downside, the only way we can make this bullish is by counting a flat. This has to be wave C. Good. How can we count wave C? A, B, and this has to be a wave C to the downside. Okay, well, we'll check a flat then, just to we're neutral. We're just analyzing the chart as is. We don't have a bias for up or down. We just analyze and form our opinion. This is your common target area for B. Wave A, of course, sharp. That must be a zigzag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flat, ABC, 5-wave structure on the lower time frames here. Creating an ABC zigzag, that's your A. This has to be corrective. We'll get to that in a second. Now you preferably want to at least take the low of wave A. That's a minimum target. Now because of what price has shown locally, C should be in. And the reason is that this move retraced too high to look for, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't get in 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 4 retraced here too high. So preferably that would mean your low is in on top of the support resistance area here. If this one fills, next is, by the way, 14 to 15K. That area between like 14 to 14,999 basically. Okay. Right, so then we take a fib time from the start of A to the end of B. We double click. Wave C ended before the 2 fib time. You don't want to see a wave C be too long. We can see it, but just to make sure you also check it. The remainder of the position has been stopped. A good TP1, huh? TP1. After we count a 5-wave structure. What was the time frame? 3 minute or 5 minute on Bitcoin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. TP1 taken there. Oh. Anyway, so this is your bullish scenario, which of course means that this has to be the end of something. This is either a 3 or a 5, maybe even a 1, but considering where we come from, that's unlikely. Now, wave B, can we count a 3-wave structure in wave B? Does it look impulsive or does it look corrective? One second here. This can of course be counted as an impulse. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can count an impulse of the low, which means that this can be an impulse. On my chart, 19th of Feb is higher than 16th of December. Wait. What chart are you using? Mm-hmm. For me, it's a lower one. This is very important. That's why charts matter, though. Because if this high is higher, you're going to count this as an ABC, which can lead you to a W, which completely changes the whole thing. Okay, we're going to have a look at that in a little bit as well. US 100 and the NDX. Yeah, because then you would end something here. You count this as an ABC, which can be the end of a correction, or that's your WX and you look for a Y double zigzag or a sideways corrective structure, alternative flat. Triangle is also alternative. Wow. That's a big difference from a counting perspective. That's a big difference. 1 second. Yep, my count is double zigzag. Yeah, exactly. I would still lead to 14, 15K though. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely wait. Maybe it all comes together. Wait, where's my click, 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 click. This one, green, blue. Mhm. Okay. That would be a bullish count. On this chart, and here we did not take out the high, but apparently on NDX and US 100 we did. So I do want to check that now. Let me save this one in my coin coverage. That's fine. NDX. Wow, and not by a little bit as well, eh? Wow, what a difference! Oh, we can be very quick with such a chart. I mean, wow, what a big difference! That's ridiculous. The 382, ooh, that's nice. 382 touched. Previous range. This is very sharp, very short in time, of course. If you would correct this whole move. Uh, 12th of Jan 2026. Yo, mate, we don't have that much time. Huh? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, arguably it's another 4. But if it is another 4, it must be a 4 matching that 2. ABC. Three, 8, 2, 1, 2, 1. What's up, Carl? Welcome, man. Welcome back. Good to see you here. Glad to be back. Glad to have you here once again. Welcome, man. Even in QQQ, it's even higher. We're just having a look at the Nasdaq. Bitcoin. We covered Bitcoin already, so having a look here. But of course, this high is that's and QQQ even higher. So that's a very big difference, because that really matters for your count. You're either going to count a flat. I mean, look, a flat can still be W, but in this case, you're going to count this as a zigzag. Very, very clear 3-wave, right? And a 3-wave move to the downside equals take out the all-time high at a later stage, right? Because you start with a 3, it needs to be a 5 in order to be possibly bearish, which is what we had on the other chart. You have a possible 5-wave structure for a 535. Here you have a 3. Now, of course, a 3-wave structure, right? A zigzag ABC can be part of a triangle, can be part of a flat, can be part of a double zigzag, can be part of a sideways WXY, right? So it opens the door to bigger corrective structures, time-wise, but it all leads to one conclusion, which is that high. You're just going to range or correct for longer, basically. Is the point of control the same here? Pretty much 15. Sibel, welcome. Divine Nerd, much love, Koons. Great to see you live. Amazing analysis and always. Cheers, Divine Nerd. Appreciate you popping in again, Sibel, as well. Bit late to the party, but better late than never, they say, right? We've been online already for a while again. Jeez, time flying out. 10 to 5. I still got to actually announce when the new memberships start. Change the memberships. That's the thing, though. Like on YouTube, the problem is if you want to change memberships, everyone gets kicked out of their existing membership. You don't lose your badge if you become a member again at a new membership, but it's just stupid that YouTube doesn't allow you to change something. But anyway, so everyone from YouTube would need to, for existing members, they would need to go to Patreon, because I can't have the existing memberships on YouTube plus the new one. On Patreon, I can block. So once the new ones go live, the existing members can go and be in their membership. They don't need to change to something new. And then in Patreon, I can say, okay, it's full. It's sold out, basically. But on YouTube, you can't. So it gives you very, very limited options with membership stuff. A little bit tricky. Okay, so on this chart, very clear 3 wave, right? That is a bullish number, 3, as explained earlier in the live stream. And then they move to the upside, corrective or impulsive, right? Corrective move down, take out the low again. Impulsive move up, the potential for a high. However, time-wise, because time is important, we do have some support, of course, to the downside, the point of control. Or was it? So this is support resistance. We have the point of control of this range somewhere around 15K, which is very interesting, including that weekly and the monthly. This is my other chart with another high, which is the reason the whole count is different. But to the downside, the 15.1K to, let's say, 14 to 15K, right? That's a very interesting area of support. This was a support resistance flip, right? Makes sense to get a reaction. To the upside, wait, I can copy this, I think. Let me just copy, Control C, go to NDX. Paste. Boom, boom, boom. Ta-da! Now my chart doesn't feel that empty anymore. Okay. Cheers, Nick Roney. Yeah, pleasure, man. First of all, I love live streaming. It generally just, it's time related. I have stuff to do, just like anyone. And today on the agenda, I still have some more stuff, so I can't stay around for too long. Yeah, I got to continue Mindstorm, Elliott Wave PDF. Right, membership announcement, little incident. Who knows the clip from Leclerc? Nothing, just an incident. Yeah, so we have some better support than just an SR area at 15, 14K. I think we should go back to this chart in a little bit. Preferably, NASDAQ still moves higher to some of the resistances here. We touched the 0.5 fib. Golden Pocket has the point of control. 786 has the box. There is a weekly order block here. Price moving down sharply. Order block moving down sharply. We didn't yet test the order block with this move up. So on NASDAQ, I'll be preferably still looking for some more upside, right? And it should be a corrective structure, which we can observe a couple of weeks. And then possibly another move down on 215. Of course, for Bitcoin, if it follows the chart, you're going to get like the diagonal, look for a bounce, another move down, 60, 50K, and then you look for continuation, take out all-time high on the NASDAQ, take out all-time high on Bitcoin. So, yeah. That's basically it, no? So, yeah, I mean, it's actually annoying that the NASDAQ has very different charts. I'm going to save this one as well. So we have NQ1. NQ1 chart has a lower high. NDX chart has a higher high, which makes it, the analysis is has a significant difference. Because on the other chart, the NQ1, you would count this as a 5 wave or a flat. That's bullish. While on this chart, this is a 3-wave bullish. So it's either 5 or 3, but the one chart shows 5, the other chart shows 3. On the other chart, this then is a diagonal. Wait, let's actually have a look. Now let's have a look if the diagonal is even valid, because we didn't check it in detail. We just saw it, and then we're like, okay. But let's have a look. What are the probabilities for this being a diagonal, okay? Because if this diagonal fails, then we might as well just not even look at this chart anymore. Fake news. Up. Wave 3 versus wave 5. Wave 5 is longer. Okay. Can't be a contracting diagonal, has to be an expanding diagonal, but in an expanding diagonal, your wave 4 has to be bigger than your wave 2, which is not the case. So this chart will be removed. Useless. And we go to NDX. There we go. Very nice. So that cleared things up. And yeah, then this chart is the primary. And then you'd look for a 3-wave here. Yeah, you can't count this as a diagonal anyway. So call. Yeah, I know. It's been I mean, Bitcoin has been moving down, which is nice, right? Bitcoin moving down from all-time high to what's the low now? 76. It doesn't yet feel very convincing as like a low is in. But we have been talking on the channel past days, like looking for the potential of bounces and upside. But at the moment, this local move up, weekend is coming. Tomorrow is another news day. Yeah, not yet convinced. So we'll take it step by step. But today we were looking for a retracement, either high in, look for retracement, or create one more and then a retracement, but at least to the 382 basically. So fib taken from this low to the high. Yeah. But yeah, this is NASDAQ, everyone. So overall, on a high time frame, you're still looking for all-time highs. This is a 3-wave structure, not a 5, which is corrective. Would be nice if the NASDAQ can find a little bit of weakness first and then some strength, move to resistances. Like around 20K, 1920 is where it starts. And then if this is a 3-wave corrective structure, look for a move down. Area of interest, 14, 15K. And that is then the very interesting area for a move. That would be a WXY, Sibyl. Because the first move down is a 3-wave. If you go that far. So if price touches the 0.7, where is it? Oh, wait a second. Yeah, 0. If price touches the 0.7, you're not really looking for a sharp zigzag anymore. ABC, you need this order block to hold. Wait, now it becomes relevant to... I think this one was here. I moved my box around. Do you sometimes have the same, like you accidentally click on one of your things, right? And then you move your cursor and you're like, oh, fuck. Where was it? And then you just put it somewhere and then you're like doing your vibe and then you move your mouse to where it usually was and you're like, where is it? It's not at the same spot. You know what I mean? That's like... That's for a second what I experienced there. So, okay. Anyway, order block here. So this is your weekly order block. If price moves to the 0.7, we're not going to be looking for a double zigzag. You might look for a sideways WXY, right? Or a triangle, A, B, C, D, E, up, or WXY, right? Flat. Side note, WX, A, B, C, D, E, right? It's going to take some weeks though. If you don't hit the 0.7, WXY is definitely a great scenario. Hit the order block. The order block is 19 to 20. Yeah, okay. So 19, 20K, make a screenshot, then you can always look back. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do the effort of taking a screenshot for my favorite bar. Why is my weekly so high? Wait. Wait, my levels are higher. Okay, wait. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Oops. Oh, wait, the weekly, of course, the horizontals are... Oh, man, it's... Yeah, the other chart was a mess. I gotta actually do that again, the time frame horizontals, but let's not care about them. Let's check the point of control first. Volume to me is most interesting anyway. So this is a very interesting level. Okay. Now I start to feel better again. And I realized, why is the weekly above the all-time high? That doesn't... I copied levels from the one chart to the other because the other chart sucked. Do this. Now that's a range point of control as well. So let's see. That must be somewhere here then. Today. A little bit high. Okay, so that is that point of control. And then we have... Yeah. So the boxes also moved. So of course, I don't really know where the boxes were now originally. Wait, this point of control was 15099. Let's see if that's still correct. Yeah. Bitcoin possibly moving to the downside again. In that case, an ABC becomes tricky to count. Right? If you take out the low again, you might as well just fill the gap and move down to 77. Because A, B, C, you might count 1, 2, 1, 2, and then you're still looking for even a potential 3 if you take out that low. Because there's not a great way to really count it correctly then, but I haven't really looked at BTC, of course. I think we're kind of done with this now. Golden pocket. This is on log. This is on linear. Log, linear. Okay. This is your order block. I think I don't really need to change too much at the moment. Let's just keep the volume levels on. Anything on a weekly? Actually, this is a weekly as well, but yeah. Okay, that's it. So yeah. Oh. Point of control, we have the order block, which also by just below is a monthly and a weekly, but let's, again, I'm not going to be bothered by those. So yeah, first move down, 3-wave structure, higher probability that, and we'll see when, will take many weeks, probably many months, I suppose, but you're still looking for price to take out this high later, maybe later this year, one can imagine. How long was this move down now? This was 47 days. So let's say that if you correct longer, you're going to make a low between 100, 200 days. How many days are still left in the year? I think you're going to be Q4. You're going to make, you would be making a low, I suppose. That would match with the potential of October for Bitcoin. But yeah, 3-wave structure, depending on the move up, corrective, impulsive. You look to take the high, but to the downside, this is definitely interesting support between 15 and 14K, 15.1 and 14K. To the upside, important resistance. If you hit the 0.7, then a WXY double zigzag lowers in probabilities, right? Yeah. So, and time wise, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing price correct a little. This is quite a short, quick move. This was a flat. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, A, B, C, A, B, C, simple zigzag. Those, of course, were a lot longer. January, that would be too long. June. Yeah. Ali. Oh, wait, MT. Welcome, MT. Cheers. Thanks for popping in. Been away for a bit. Hope you enjoyed your trip to the US. I did. It was great meeting Robert Prechter and having the time to sit with him. So just 1 second here. I think on Nasdaq again, like you're still expecting the trend to continue at a later stage, but this is a very short corrective move at the moment, right? Like, of course, this is short and this is short, but you're looking at a potential ended structure, and then you do want to have a little bit of body in a correction. So, yeah, I would like a little bit higher initially, right? Reach resistance and see how we get there, because we haven't yet touched it. And then from here, the potential to move down to 15.1, which is the important support. And then from there, all-time high. So that is your quote-unquote bearish scenario. Bullish scenario is the low is in, but you can't yet judge it without giving this move time. Because this move up has to become a 5 wave. At the moment, it's a 3. Right. So and a 3 wave here would be bearish, because then you look for price to take the low again, unless this becomes a diagonal, but it's too early for the diagonal. So yeah, BTC Fox, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Talking about Bitcoin. Slow. What a slow day for a news day, eh? Expanding diagonal in C, wave 4, 3 minute. Ooh, 3 minute. That's very, very low. I generally don't go below the 15. Expanding diagonals are always very rare. So on any time frame. So I wouldn't really put them as like a priority. What was the thing? Expanding diagonal in C, wave 4, 3 minute. But and also an expanding diagonal always needs a partner leg. So if you're still looking for 4, you need of course A, B, and then you need a wave C to the downside. Right? So if this would be your first low, that's your second low, then you still need another one. Oh no, wait, you can't. This high took out that one. So that's A, B, and then you need, I wouldn't look for something like this. Then it would make more sense to have, and an ending diagonal needs to be 3-wave structure. So 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and then have that as a diagonal. But yeah. Blop. Oh, Polar Bearman, how you doing? Any ideas with the M2 of overnight? I'm about to pretty much close the stream. So on Bitcoin, the probabilities were higher to look for a retracement, as mentioned at the beginning of the stream. And also early in the morning. This is silver. Someone asked a question about silver. What I do in silver is I just ride the whole day whenever stuff happens. Every morning I provide a summary with all the analysis and pictures and sharing my thoughts. And early this morning at 7:22, price most likely moves in 4/5s, ending impulse structure, probability is higher, the biggest portion of the move is done. With this in mind, it's interesting to observe weakness while at resistance, right? In other words, we're looking for a retracement. Theoretically, a regular flat or a diagonal works best. Impulse has 886 touch, WXY has a 0.7 touch. So, yeah, and then I talk a bit about CVDs here as well, because I was keeping an eye on the CVDs. So, yeah, so silver is basically updates in between the content, because of course I'm not always making videos, because it's a lot more work to make videos compared to writing updates about what I see, because I'm generally behind the chart. Also during the weekends, I most of the time still provide an update in the morning. If I see stuff during the day, like the bearish CVDs, I write it in silver. It's basically whatever I see myself, I pretty much write there. Yeah, so that's what it is. Now locally, we touched the 886. All right, so there you go. Probability is higher to take out the low. And this, of course, then high probability 3-wave instead of 5-wave. If you do move up, take out this high. Probability is higher B, C because of the 886 touch. Got to be aware of the gap, right? It might just fill the gap and go down to 77. Are we still looking for the potential of a 4? I mean, unless you make all of this your 2, but if we take a fib time from here to here to here, then yeah, it's still possible. This can still all be wave 4 price action. We didn't yet move after the 5. But the general idea is looking for retracement. So you high in at resistance, retracement, one more high retracement. In both cases, retracement. I think we just took the low. Okay, there you go. Ta-da! So, yeah, you know. Let's see. Like there's not much support here. To be honest, it's like a quick move up. You might as well retrace it with a quick move down, and then 77K is where the range starts again. So then that is, if price could make it, if it does move to the downside, fill this news pump, then I'm interested for longs again. If we do move to 77, at the moment I have zero interest for longs. The plan this morning was look for shorts, look for a retracement, not look for the longs. I'm always interested in longs, but the initial thought is retracement because of ending an impulse, touching the resistance, or at least the potential to end an impulse, right? Grind up, and then you start moving sideways again. That's the moment where you got to think about wave 4s and wave 5s. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. So oh yeah, we answered that one. The silver, I explained that. What's up, BTC Bulls? How are you doing? What do you want to change about the membership? There's a few things that, it's in my notes. There's a few things that I will change. There's going to be 2 levels instead of 3. And the first level of the 2 has I don't know where I wrote it. It has a weekly analysis. I forgot. Did I have it in my notebook? Oh, wait. I have it in my notes. Wait, let me check my phone. That's where I wrote it. There we go. So the entry level 1, so there's going to be 2. So the lower one and the higher one. And then entry level is where every week on Friday or the weekend, I will provide a whole daily recap or a whole weekly recap, plus what we then look for in the upcoming week. So it's basically the structures that we looked at during the week, what happened during the week, how probabilities changed during the week, the current view, so the current probabilities, the key levels, resistance and support that I keep an eye on, a weekly lesson, so something educational each week as well, and then what to watch next week, right? And then the other membership, the higher one, that is basically combining this plus silver plus gold plus how to make a plan, because I wanna less is more. And actually I wanted to have 1 membership, but then I got convinced to have 2, because I was like now you have silver, gold, diamond. They're not really related. I think it's important people have access to building a plan. Silver, people enjoy silver. There's always something going on. Gold, always something going on. So I'm going to put them together. And if you are an existing member, silver, gold, or diamond, you do not have to change anything. But you will need to register at Patreon instead of YouTube. And then once the memberships change, all the people that are existing members will be locked. You can just stay a member in your membership for however long. But the moment you stop the membership at a later stage, once the new ones launch, you can't go back. So that's with respect to the members that are already there supporting the channel. They can stay in their membership. They don't need to change. But of course, then you only silver, you're only gold and silver, or diamond, gold, silver, right? With the newer memberships, you have the weekly recap that I just explained every week. And then the other membership is combining silver, gold, and how to make a plan in diamond. Would you short or long now? I would be more interested in shorts than in longs, to be honest. So I not in longs, but yeah, you need to, of course, to have a plan. Know your entry requirements, right? What are you looking for? What's your structure? How would you count it? Then a giga pump. What's up, Darius? Yeah, I wouldn't mind 77. I'd put some support there. TradingView been laggy for me the last 2 days. When you get out of chat, you can click on membership and choose. Yeah, thanks, Sibel, by the way. You have a well-trained eye to see if an 886 has been touched. I have it also working with fibs. Yeah, it's just experience, right? Like you kind of know where the golden pocket is and where the 886 is and etc. Right? So I would say that price now, right? We are moving towards the 0.5 now. So we'll see. We're not at the golden pocket yet, but we'll get there. So I'm wrong. 382. I suck. I'm not experienced. I'm a Fibonacci scam now. We're only approaching the 382. What am I saying with the 0.5? Not even close to the 0.5. Even though I know that over here, I literally in this box, right? I knew the golden pocket is around the box with the volume. Like nice job, good, nice job. Yeah, okay. At least I'm good in seeing 886s, but let's forget about all the other ones. You would be shorting right at the crossing of EMAs. Oh, with the answer on fuzzy, I suppose. Yeah, I don't use the EMAs myself though. So what I mean, currently, of course, there is the gap. Do I have? No. So we have the little bit of support resistance, right? But we are now moving below it. You have a gap here with zero support. Bearish CVDs continue coming in. Yeah. I mean, there's not really a lot of interest to buy, right? It's more interest to sell. So, yeah. I mean, yesterday I mentioned that. So I see Nick. I mean, I never give entries, you know what I mean? Like where's the entry? But I share my ideas and how I approach my trading, and you know what people do with the info is on them. But yesterday we were live in the evening somewhere. I think we stopped the live when price was here. And then I was long. I said, well, I'm looking for price to hit resistance. I just don't want to be in my long overnight. So I just closed the long, which I did here. And go to bed happy. And then I mentioned yesterday during the stream that because we have this move up and because price is curving here, right? And we got a bit of a range, we're looking for 4s and 5s, which means that basically I'm looking for a retracement to come. Now we are just below resistance. So I said at the end of the stream in the summary as well, I'm like, well, it would be nice if we touch the resistance and then we take it from there, because I expected price to hit it while I'm asleep. And then I don't want to, I went out of my long and then basically observe and look for a retracement, because the biggest portion is generally done. Once you move into a 4s and 5s, that's where I tend to exit. And that's when I get interested to look into the other direction. Yeah, fuzzy, exactly. I said you don't want to go to sleep with the charts. I mean, yeah, exactly. I just wanted to be out. So but it's also from a risk reward perspective, because of course I had my long, right? And you have your target would be the weekly naked point of control. That was the target, but I spoke about it. And then price was here. Right. And then your question becomes, are you gonna leave it overnight or not? Because your RR, imagine overnight you're sleeping, you have no idea. Imagine it doesn't hit the weekly naked point of control, right? Because you had a little bit of an order block on the 1 hour as resistance. We started ranging there. Just imagine it goes down. I've had those scenarios in the past. Your RR for staying in the trade here is a 0.24 if your entry is or stop at break even, right? But even if you move up your stop to the invalidation of a wave 4, which is the 618 taken from the low to the, you're still at like a 0.5R. So it's like it's not worth it. It's not worth it for me to then be like, oh, let's wait for this very, very small pump while I already had this with me. You know what I mean? So it's better to then just get out, empty my head, go to bed, don't think about the charts, call it a day. Next day, look for a retracement, look for a short. Is it too long for wave 4? Yeah, it definitely doesn't really look wave 4-ish now, no? So yeah, if you take a fib, we are past the 4 fib time. So it, of course, it starts to negatively impact probabilities. The 5 fib time is more convincing even, but once you move beyond the 4, at least probabilities go down. The time is never an invalidation, but it becomes unlikely. So the probabilities then slowly increase. You're looking at maybe like a new structure. But so smart to calculate RR and TP circumstances versus the sleep, etc. Going to use that from now on. Yeah, nice to hear. Yeah, yeah. It helps. I don't want to lose. It's also, of course, paper profit, but I don't want to lose paper profits while I'm not behind the chart, and I value my sleep. So I do not set alarms during my sleep. I care about my sleep. Sleep goes first. So when I sleep, I'm off. I don't have alarms. I don't wake up for the charts. There's enough opportunities during the day. Yeah. Could it be a diagonal down in 5 waves in the recent drop? Not at the moment. This would be more impulsive than a. So you would not. So diagonal would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like if this is your 1, this wouldn't really be a 3 and this a 5. It's very short, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't really look nice. So you would, instead of a diagonal, it makes more sense to look at a 5, 3, 5, 3. Potentially you get a wave 3 to the downside, no? That would be an impulse. That's more bearish. What's the volume doing? Volume, please. Hello. Oh, there we go. I mean, you can, without the spikes, at least you can see like the average volume has been increasing in the past couple of hours. What you can also do if you want is use a line. I used to do this. Where is it? The volume MA. OGs will know. I had this on my chart. There we go. So you can basically see how the average volume is at the moment. So you can see the volume is increasing, right? The average volume in the recent move to the downside, right? So you hit the high here, price moves down, volume is decreasing, and then now it starts picking up. I don't really use this anymore, though. But yeah, looks. I wouldn't count a diagonal here. I'd count a multi 1, 2. If impulsive, yeah. It looks like a diagonal. Oh, wait. Are you talking about the zoomed out diagonal? Or what are we talking about this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Because if so, then you have this one. That's the one you look at. Mm-hmm. I should shorten my stop loss. Mm-hmm. Currently, the highest volume is in the low. Mm-hmm. I mean, if it is a wave 3, you definitely want to pick it up. Like it's so, like it goes down, right? And then you have this like you start to slowly curve again. Right? You slowly curve again. You just want to tank it. I mean, this is 3 minute. I mean, what am I doing? I'm on a 3 minute time frame. I don't care. I like the 15. We have a gap here. There's no support. I have like we move below the support resistance now. So unless you get back above here, there is no reason for me to think bullish. Period. You're below this box, bearish. Next area of support 77, 78. I don't see any level in between. Maybe a value area high. Let's do this whole range. Oh, well, that's where we are now. Point of control at 78, and then is the daily naked point of control. Point of control is just above the golden pocket. But if we move down, just look at the difference here in yellow. Let me go to 148 and change. There you go. So you can see, like, if price would move down a little bit further, the volume here is going to surpass this one. So they're both high volume levels, but it's just point of control here. But I don't know, the point of control, the top maybe of, there's not great confluence I have there. Let's see, point of control 78,281. 78,281. Yeah, I know. Just go down further. I don't care about no, I don't really care about that point of control. Prefer the daily naked point of control. One second, update silver again. Moved below the SR area. Volume locally increasing, I believe, right? Yep. Potential for a 112. Area of support 77 to 78. Box. As long as price doesn't move above the white box, I have no interest to look for higher. Very nice day. Of course, now the thing is, by the way, for a diagonal, okay, you still have space. Like you don't want wave 4 to touch the lower trend line of this channel, but you also don't want it to hit the 1-to-1 at 76.9. So an invalidation for a bullish diagonal is 76.9K. If you would hit that level, then the bullish diagonal is goes out. Nasdaq could be a 112. Oh, you mean to the downside? I would probably count ABC for now. Nice move. We constantly had bear CFD. Yes, we did. Leon, are you part of the move? Did you take it, or are you observing and learning? I'm just hoping to see the 60s. I won't be surprised if we do. We still have support at 68.8. That's my next box to the downside. So we boxed here. Lol. We found support on one of my boxes here. But it wasn't perfectly respected because the box was, I don't know, was about here. So we shortly moved below. You know, yeah, I mean, but still, it's around that box. We found the support. We moved the box now. That's my next box. So yeah, and then you're in the 60. Do you have the same problem with freezing chat? Oh, maybe I need to keep my chat here. I mean, it is. I mean, now that we've been online for a long time, we've been doing Nasdaq, Bitcoin, like people come and go. I'm even surprised there's still 200 people here. Thanks everyone for being here. Hopefully you enjoy yourself and enjoy the chatting and the analysis. Hey Koen, can you check the scenario which I've shared in question to Koen's channel, which is Discord? Questions to Koen. Ooh. Let me keep the chart on while reading this so that people can see what's happening on Bitty. Hear me out. I know the WXYXZ has never the highest probabilities, but looking the subwaves, it could make sense that the move is finished here at the low. We ended on big support and everyone's screaming for lower. I personally don't care if it does or not, so let the price do what it needs to do. And we're gonna see, but I just think it looks interesting to turn around. Yes, we need some kind of impulse up on the lower time frames, but this WXYXZ could be the move down, and also for the stock market. Okay. So I'm gonna open. Oh, I actually had this scenario on my chart. Wait 1 second. Let me open this for everyone for a second. Open the link. So this is the chart of Usport and WXYXZ. So a WXYXZ period has always low probabilities because it is very rare. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Now, that's an ABC. X, I would put wave Y on the lower low here. Then you have your X and then ABC in Y. Yes. So that would be the same as finishing a WXY at the... Clean up the chart. It would be the same as finishing like a WXY. Y would be very short. The diagonal, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it all comes down to what I mentioned in the video yesterday, which you mentioned as well. It's about this. So if this is a significant low, right, and you look for a bigger move to the upside, you want an impulse, right? You want impulsive structures to the upside. And at the moment, this is a 3 waver, arguably actually this move here counts better as a 3 compared to a 5, which would increase probabilities to still look for lower. But now that we have new information also here coming in, price finally moved to 83. Remember my thumbnails, by the way. I was... Wait. So, I mean, in general, I by the way, I used the same thumbnail as yesterday because I was too, I didn't have enough time to make a new one. So here we had 83, 93. This is 96 on the thumbnail, but that dot, that untouched dot on this thumbnail, that's your 83K. And then support is lower. Area of interest here is also still lower on this thumbnail, but you know. So, yeah, you know, it's very interesting. You have a double bottom. You have an 886 touch, which increases probabilities to take the double bottom. 886, for the ones that don't know, is a Fibonacci taken from the low to the high. And the fact that the 886 is touched increases probabilities for this low to be taken. Reason is that the 886 is very, very rare for a wave 2 in an impulse. So it automatically decreases probabilities. You're looking for a 5-wave impulse. Now, if you touch an 886, it's not an invalidation. It just impacts probabilities negatively. If you touch the 886, you can still consider diagonals because a wave 2 and a diagonal hits the 886 more often. Often not being common, but it's more often, right? But for a diagonal, you need a 1, 2, 3, you need a 4, 5, invalidation 76, 9. A multi 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 up in a wave 3 lowers probabilities because the 886. But what's more important is this now. If this move down is corrective, right? Wave A, wave B, and then a wave C, and then you move back up, you look for price to take the high, okay? Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Currently, I'm more interested in local price action than anything else. So your bullish count right? Let me put this on the chart now. Wait, what's this brush? Let me remove the red. There we go. So your bullish count is your A here. You have your A, you have your B, 1, 2, and then you have your C. Of course, you don't want C to touch this 1-to-1. Let's make it red. Wait, that red, a little bit lighter. Some people said that this red is difficult to read, so I made it lighter. C, and then you have your lower time frame. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 1, 2, and then you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 3, 4. Maybe you're gonna have like the end of your 3 on the point of control that sits at about 78.2K. I think the golden pocket is just above the box that I have on my chart. So this is a bullish count, okay? Yeah, okay. Golden pocket 78. So get a 3, get a 4, get a 5. So this is bullish. Okay, so the highest volume is now in the most recent candle, increasing probabilities that this is a wave 3. And then you still look for 4, 5. And in a bearish scenario, right? I mean, we are not biased here, right? Yeah, in bullish and bearish scenario. Now, in a bearish scenario, you will add another 4, 5, because instead of A, B, C, it's going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. This one matters. If this wave 4 touches the 0.618 that is taken from this high here, the news high at 82,400, to wherever the low is going to be of this wave 5 on the chart, right? That could be C. You take it there. You toggle on the 618. That's your invalidation. We don't know how low it goes. Can go a bit lower or whatever. But let's say that your invalidation, the 618, is very likely going to be between 80.6K and 80.4K. So if this move touches 80K, let's just make it easy, 80.5, you're looking for price to take out this high as the highest probabilities. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to do that, right? Very likely going to move up, hit it, reject a little bit, and la-di-la, enough opportunity to look for an entry and whatnot. So that is your bullish and your bearish count, just to put it on the chart so everyone knows. So this is your bearish option. Another thing that I like to talk about is that, of course, in the bullish count, you want price to hit the brakes. So preferably you move down, but as price approaches the box, you want price to slow down. If this just goes and volume keeps increasing, you might just fail, because you still need a 3, a 4, and a 5, right? So if you're at the box, it needs to bounce, create your 4 and your 5. But we know that in the bullish scenario, your invalidation for a diagonal at least is 76.9. Lots of chatting. So it looks like a decent move. The volume is not staggering. It's arguably it's not. Is it high? It's not significant. I mean, volume here higher, this one higher. There's a lot of volume peaks that are a lot higher than what we have now. But nonetheless, you want to see ranges. And the moment you see a bit of a grind, right? Quick move down, that's your 3, preferably on the highest amount of volume. And then you get this again. And this is interesting for longs. Right? Because then you're ending, it's the exact same thing as yesterday. You have your grind, quick move up. This is where you start going sideways again, meaning you're now looking at wave 4s and wave 5s, right? Which means you're going to look at an ending structure. We were live here yesterday, by the way, so you can check out the live stream yesterday as well. And then I explained why I exited my long, because we're in 4-5s. And I explained why it becomes more interesting to look for retracements, because you're looking at 4-5s. So yeah. But at the moment here, your bearish scenario would be 3 and then 4-5, 4-5. Because when this becomes a 5-wave move, you need a correction and another leg. Because a 5-wave impulse is never alone. It needs a partner. So 5, 3, and you get another 5 down, which will likely then push you to 2 new lows. So the bulls better hope for an ABC and then invalidate wave 4 here. Wherever we first need, so we need to end this wave 3 somewhere, then get a bigger 4, bigger 5, right? Your wave 4 is preferably similar in size compared to your wave 2, right? So it should at least be a couple of 15-minute candles. Generally, your wave 4 is a little bit longer in time, which would work well, because don't forget that tomorrow we have some high impact news as well, right? So of course, how nice would it be if you, for the bulls, right, you trickle down, blah, 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 right? And then eventually by tomorrow, you've hit the box. Hopefully, that would be nice, because nice boxes. And then you start a little bit, right? You grind a little bit up and up and up, and it becomes difficult to count this corrective. And then the news hits, then poof, touch the 618, take out the high. Possible. And then you start the weekend ranging somewhere higher, right? You take the liquidity here, potential for the diagonal. This is bullish case, okay? Not bearish case. Bearish case is the other direction. But then you create your potential 5, and then weekend is a corrective structure to the downside, and then the next week, poof. So, yeah, bearish scenario is the opposite direction, of course, with the news tomorrow. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, right? Correction. Probably the news then hits. Probably this is the weekend, actually, honestly. Weekend is then a move up. Let me have a look here at time. I now need to think about this. So let's see. Imagine we make a low. Wait, imagine we end wave 5. So we still need a lot of time, actually. So this is. Wait, I need to be a little bit more. Let's see if we. Let's see, 12. That's by Friday morning. So then the news could create your low in this scenario. 3, 4, 5, right? 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, news. News grabs the liquidity. After the news, calm chart, boring chart, weekend starts, still very boring. What do we have next week? That's not too interesting. Thursday, that's a long time. And then before, it wouldn't. And then next week, you do the same, and you go down. Close the short at 150%. Wait, I asked someone a question. Leon, did Leon take the short? Did he? No. At least Nick took the short. Good stuff. Very nice. Yeah. But you wanna put the brakes on. You know, we're approaching the 78.2, which is the point of control of this range. So it's a little bit of support, I suppose, but I'm more interested in the blue box. We need a bounce here. Yeah, I mean, you need to start ranging eventually. So this is your point of control. So now we also have, we're back inside the volume profile. Let me do this. Volume profile is quite slow today. TradingView not having a great, it's a bit slow. Wave 4 bullish invalidated. Yes, for sure. Did you short? Did my short hit stop loss? Not mine. Yeah, yes, but I re-entered. So yes, but I re-entered. Yeah, it did. So my first short was here, right? Bearish CVDs, la la la. Once I counted 5 waves, right? As explained during the stream, this was my TP1 here because we could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just in case it's an AB very short C. Well, never know. TP1 taken. Wait. But then when we hit the 886 here, I knew that this is very unlikely to be impulsive, right? So we would look for price to take the low. But if we take this low, there's not really a way that I can count this corrective because it becomes a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, or it becomes an AB 1, 2, 3. Plus, move below this low, move below support resistance, enter the gap. High probabilities you are going to fill the gap. So just to show, like my entry, to tell you the entry is 80.51.77, which is actually just below, but I was live streaming while I did it, so I wasn't really. Yeah, we hit it, and then in this candle here, 17.15, that was my entry. I'm still in it, and I will just observe. It might be another one like yesterday. Like I might just be like, you know what? I go to bed, price is moving into wave 4s and 5s again. I'll just exit and be like, whatever. But it's I'm not going to bed yet, so I'll just wait for now and observe the chart. I'm still awake. But if we did not hit the box by the time that I go to bed, I will just close the trade. Yeah, I care more about the wave 3 than anything else. I don't really want to be bothered with wave 4s and wave 5s. No. I care more about the 3. That's where the juice is. So, yeah. What was this? Oh, yeah. Never mind. So that one down. So we have now filled the gap on a 5-minute. So one could expect that now would be a good time to start the lower time frame wave 4s and wave 5s. And start a bit of a grind, I suppose, right? This would be a 2. If I look at the candles, maybe a little 2 in here as well. Now you're touching support. So no, not an area to short, but you do you. Wouldn't be part of my plan here. I'm not like, this is the moment where I should watch out with my watch, table. This is now reaching areas of support. So as price gets closer and closer to my box, my interest to look for longs becomes higher, I suppose. Great English. Yeah. So a little order block. Let's put this in silver as well. Up. First area of support. Now, little 5-min order block plus range block. See if it can start forming some 4-5s. Up. Oh. So just updating the silver members. There we go. Oh yeah. So the 0.618 is an invalidation of your wave 4. At the moment, we don't yet know where the white 4 is going to form, right? Because you need to wait for a range quite similar in size compared to your 2, which we don't have yet. So this fib is taken from the high of your 2 to wherever the 3 ends, and you start a bit of a bigger range in your 4. Okay. But at the moment, it would be at 80.543. It's likely going to be lower, but okay. And then we have, oh, that's the rectangle. And then we have the bearish count. And the bearish 618 is going to be higher because you take it from the blue 2 and you need to pull it to the blue 3. Now, mind you that the blue 3 is also your bullish C. It's the same low, right? So you're forming a C or a 3. You'll only really know what it is once your 4 starts in blue. If the blue 4 touches the 618 taken from blue 2 to wherever that low is once you start your blue 4, invalidation of 4, look for the high. That's going to be probably the story tomorrow that you'll hear in my content, I suppose. Wait, 2, wait, 4, 5, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Bull and bear scenario, both case to see at least one more wave 4 similar to the ASMR typing stream now. There we go. Remy, welcome. Nice dog, by the way. Is that yours? Welcome to Silver. Welcome to the squad, man. Yo, is that your dog? That's a nice one. Remy the Whippet, yo. Welcome to Silver. Yeah, it was Leon, eh? Was a nice one. How do I get Telegram access? Wait, what's your Discord username? Telegram requires a link, which I'm sure Jeroen will send in the email. Are you in Discord, Remy? Well, let me check. No, I don't think so. Or is it? Your playlist is enough for newbies to start with and become a pro. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, okay, you're only in Telegram. I see. But then I would need to send you an email. But you have sent the you filled in the form, right? So it should be sure. Let me check the form. Oh wait, you didn't yet. Remy, make sure to fill in. 1 second, everyone. Pop. If you fill in this form, then and you put in just your stuff, then we will get you sorted very quickly. But Koens, this fall has touched the 618 of the rise, wave 3, so it invalidates to the upside, yes, but not to the downside. Aha. This fall has touched the 618 of the top, wave 3, so it invalidates. Yo, cheers, Mark. See you later, man. I'm not sure. The 618. So if you take a 618 from this high to here, that's no problem if price here touches the 618. Yeah. So the theory first. So the 618, right? The 0.618 in an impulse or an ABC is taken from the, in this case, low of your 2 or the high of your 2 to the end of your wave 3. So let's say the end of 2 to the end of 3. Wave 4 should not touch the 618. If we would count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this can't be wave 4 because that's invalidated. So we need a finished impulse at the high. That's basically what you're looking for. We were looking for a retracement, of course, today, and we got a nice retracement. So that's solid stuff. Now, the other way around, if you look for a 1, a 2, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, range, messy, messy, messy. You start moving again, right? That's your 3 or your C. You now take a 618, therefore, from the high to wherever that low is going to form till you go sideways again. And then you keep an eye on the 618. And this one would invalidate a wave 4 of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Control Z. There we go. My artist name is 618. Been trading for a long time. I'm on Spotify and Apple Music. Wait, you're an artist, Ronnie? Nick Roney? That's amazing. C. Bell. Wait, you should work together with C. Bell. C. Bell is a rapper. She's here often. I'm not sure if she's still here. Yeah, now we have 2 artists in the community. How about that? So Sibel is a rapper, and now we got Nick Roney here being an artist as well. Oops. So watch better be strong. I'm gonna undo it. Sorry, 1 second. I like talking with my hands, and then I sometimes hit the desk. Oh, there we go. I'm a what? A piss artist. Mr. Koens, are you the founder of the 618 theory? I mean, I don't know every Elliott wave analyst, and I spoke with Robert Prechter about the 618, and he also said that he never sees a wave 4 touch a 618. Robert Prechter is the author of Elliott Wave Principle. I saw him last month, and but yeah, he never wrote it in his book. It's just like, I suppose, a unwritten type of guideline. But I am very vocal on the 618, and I think online, at least to my extent, I think I'm the only one that really hammers on the 618, the 886. So arguably, you could say I have my influence, but I would say that the 886 would be really my thing. The 618, I guess, is more like an unwritten thing that people know, but not necessarily communicate all the time. But I just say everything. So yeah, no secrets. But maybe other people don't really focus on it, or yeah. So maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It depends on how you would regard me, I suppose. You know, I'm here to share. I'm here to provide value, and I do that by saying everything I know, right? All the details, everything. So yeah, the 618, just from a probability standpoint, if you don't know what we are talking about, a wave 4 in an impulse, it's so rare to hit a 618. You can as well just use it as an invalidation, which is what we do. And it's never wrong. So yeah, it's only in a diagonal may you hit it, but then your 4 of a diagonal starts to be pretty deep. So even in a diagonal, it's not a, you know, but in an impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if your wave 4 touches the 618, it will be better for you to count it differently. If you get this, right? 1 second. And price moves up, your count is not going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the highest probability when your wave 4 touches the 618. Instead, the moment you get this high, you are either looking at a W, X, and a Y with another internal ABC, double zigzag, or you are looking at a WX and a Y. W, and then your X should be a little bit bigger. So you're going to have a flat. So then you have a C, that's your X, and then you're going to have a Y. And you look for a sideways structure, right? So W, X, Y. Yeah. Yep. You'll try to avoid counting impulses. Look at it as an X, look at it as a, other stuff. I make beats too. Yo, artists. I mostly compose for short films, but started releasing the outtakes. What an incredible career. Compose for, so you make the music. So for movies. So do you have like a band? Like who's the guy that does, we went to a concert from him. I forgot his name. The very famous composer for like the biggest movies like Dune and stuff. Like you're that type of person that you have like you don't call it a band, like all those different instruments and you compose the whole thing. New York Open is crazy. Oh, that's nice. It's pretty good. Are we in the C wave of a big Y? Well, this move down is either C or 3. So Mark. Yeah, no, Mark. Yeah, you're close though. I just don't. I can't get to the name. Yeah, cheers, BTC Fox. It's a pleasure. Thanks for the work. They over gonna touch grass. I should do that too. We've been online for what, 2 hours now? 3 hours. Shit, I didn't do anything today but stream. Yeah, Hans Zimmer, exactly. That's the guy. That's the guy. Thanks, everyone. You know. We went to a concert of him in Nice here, which was fun. It was really fun. Very impressed. Trading is much. Cheers, Jack. Jack plays. Jack trades, yeah. Jack profits. Wave 4 normally shows a retracement which is less than wave 2, like the 0.236 or 302. If wave 3 is the longest wave, the relationship between wave 5 and 3 is often the 618. Yes, that is a relationship. And wave 2, which is less than wave 2, like, yes, that's correct as well. The maximum for a 4 is generally like a 0.5, right? The 382 is a nice one. And 382 is quite common for a 4. Can you confirm it's a wave 3 if it goes past the 1.618? If it goes beyond a 1.618, the probabilities for a 3 will increase. But a wave C can also reach a 1.618 or go beyond a 1.618. Okay. So even if you move down here, what I like to do is I like to focus on the wave 4. Right? Focus on the wave 4. I don't focus on the extension. Of course, if you just fly, then yeah, sure, we're looking at a 3. But at the moment over here, there's not really anything that convinces me like, oh, this must be a 3. It's extended, right? We are around the 1.618. Don't forget, that's on a 50-minute, 1 hour, right? We're around that 618. But even if we move to the blue box, for me, keeping an eye on wave 4 and the structures that form when we bounce, that's more important to me. That's more important. So now we are at the first bit of area of support. We filled the gap on, like you can see over here. Right? Point of control as well, which is now touched, which is this one. So point of control, point of control, just about. If I pull this one a little different, we may actually have it. But you get the point. We are at a little bit of support. Man, the volume profile is no bueno today on TradingView. It's bad. It's very slow. Someone said that he or she is someone else was a musician here. Oh, here, daily profits consistently. I make beats too. Let's do a collab. Yeah. Why not? Well, why not? That would be a producer. Okay, I see. Okay, I'm not familiar really with the music industry. I just listen. Do you need any sound designers? Shout me. Partnership. If you guys would ever make a song together, just let us enjoy it before the release. We would love it. How would you manage the stop loss for the recent trade? Because I get often stopped out. Well, now it's at break even. The question is, of course, where did you get? So I have 2 entries today, right? I was looking for a retracement anyway. I had entry 1, right? Entry 1, TP1, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Potential for a bounce. Then the remainder was stopped at break even. Touch the 886, low probabilities, this is impulsive. High probabilities, you're looking for the low to be taken. Not really any other great way to count this nicely as a corrective structure. So I was looking for either A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3, which would be downside plus losing support. So that's entry 2. So, and I'm still in that. Yeah. But then what was the question? How would you manage the stop loss for the recent trade? Yeah, I mean, if you would count a double 1, 2 here, your stop would be above there, no? That's your invalidation. If this is an A, B, you look for C. 1, 2, you look for 3. That high is your invalidation. Yeah. But then, yeah, and then wait, I think the thing with being stopped out too quickly is people want too high of an RR. They're not happy with a 2, 3, or 4R. They want to try to maximize their stops and make it very short. Increase the RR, increase the position size. Think about, they think maybe about, and this is not you, Mark, right? It's just general that I think about now. People then think about making as much money as possible instead of thinking being consistent as possible. There's a big difference in trading behavior of making as much money versus being as consistent, because trading in the long game is about consistency, right? If you try to have very short stop losses, I mean, if you have a plan that works, like sniping with maybe tick size charts, low time frame CVDs, order flow, you can, right? You can have very good RRs and stuff. But of course, many people don't use that stuff. So, yeah, it's better to have a bit wider of a stop loss. Know your invalidation. That's important. Put your stop at where you invalidate your trade, right? Not just put it somewhere above a high or a low, but where is your way of thinking wrong? Where is your trade wrong, right? Where are you wrong? That is where the stop loss should be. Because you enter the trade with a certain plan, but where is it invalidated? And sometimes the stop loss is far away. Sometimes it's very close. Sometimes you'll have a 2R trade or 1R or even 0.5R, but it's still a winner. Sometimes you're going to have a 10R, right? So, yeah, I think with the stop loss, think about where is your invalidation, right? And I don't know if that's, of course, something that you are working on or where you are in your journey. But the second thing would be to not focus on the money. Don't focus on the profit. Focus on the consistency. I will be a lot prouder on a trader like yourself if you are consistently making a 1R, 2R trade and your win rate is 50 plus, perfect. Instead of someone balling in with a 1 to 10R, but has a win rate of 20%. Yeah, I mean, I that's not like, I wouldn't really, I mean, it's profitable, but psychology would be incredibly tough, right? So it wouldn't be really something that I would go for. But if you can do a 1 to 10 RR and you are consistent with a good win rate, yeah, you're making bank. But just make sure you trade safe. So yeah, consistency is a lot more important. It's playing the long game versus a short game. You know, people think about the markets, especially crypto, make money quick. I'm gonna invest today and I'm gonna be rich tomorrow. I'll buy the next absolute shit coin, and then I twist my thumbs right? And be like, okay, let's hope that with $100 invested, I will get $1 million by the end of the year, right? That sort of stuff. Maybe if you're lucky, look at Shinu Inu or something, was it? But generally, that's low chance. So it's better to learn the game, build a good plan, and think about consistency above profits. Also, when you enter a position, calculate your size based on your loss, not on what you're expected to win, right? So, yeah. Rick Wakerman has done some... Oh, 1 second. Wi-Fi. Oh, you want the mat? Yeah. Everyone, this is my wife. Wait, say you want to say hi, Ash?
Say hi and yeah.
Okay, just I love you, Bab. I still had the yoga mat in my office. Lol. Because it's nice. You're like behind your PC, do some stretching, keeping an eye on the market. Anyway, that was Ashley. Sometimes she pops into a live stream, and once she's here behind the mic, I can just go. She will take over. Her name is Ashley with double E. And that's Koen's wifey. Indeed, wife. Are we now in wave 3 of 3? We would now be in the 4-5 area. So this is where the 4-5s would start. Because now you start to see that price move down sharp. Now we start to go sideways. So you now look at like a couple of 4-5s matching the 1-2s, right? So you have a 2 here, right? 2 here. Maybe if you look at the candles, right? You have a little bit of a condensed, like a couple of candles close to each other. So arguably there's a small 2 in there, and then you get your high volume 3s, and then you're gonna look for the 4-5s, right? So yeah, and you don't want to touch. I mean, let's pull it from here. The 618. Let's just say you don't want to move all the way back up now. I will film the production video. Wayap Wahab, you are into film? So many creative people here. That's where we were. Rick Wackerman has done some amazing composer work too. Hans Zimmer has done a tremendous amount of big name. Yeah, that's probably why everyone knows him, but forgets about his name. But yeah, Rick Wakerman, is he Dutch? What's probably we go to 72? Let's take it step by step. 77 would be nice, touching the blue box, and then I would start to look for a bit of a bounce. To be honest, we are not impulsive enough to reach a 72 at the moment. So this is your 3. Unless this becomes another 2, but that's unlikely. So you would then have a 1, 2. This needs to be somehow another 1. Not really. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No. So because this is your 3, and you now start to move sideways, you look at like 4-5s. It won't reach 72 this way. Never say never, but it's unlikely, right? Probabilities would be against it. So it is more interesting, right? You have your grind at the beginning, sharp move down, and look for a grind to end. And that is where longs become interesting. Same as yesterday. Grind in the beginning, you get your move up, and look, that's where your red candles start to appear. You have the curvature as well, right? You can see that the curve of the chart, you start to, instead of straight, you start to slowly curve. No? Horizontal range. This is where your 4-5s eventually start. And it becomes interesting to look for a retracement, which was the highest probability today. Yep. I think, what was it? 2 days ago? What's the day today? It's Thursday. 2 days ago, the video said just continue the range. Well. But the 4-hour hasn't changed yet. This needs to become an ABC for price to take out this high and give the bulls an opportunity. Else the probabilities are higher to take the lows too. So this local move down is actually quite important from an Elliott wave point of view. Order flow is the best indicator for me. Yeah, I never really got into it. I should learn it. I should put effort into learning it, honestly. Bookmap Atlas. Okay, use Atlas. Yeah, I have Atlas as well. I don't have templates for order flow, and I don't yet have the experience. But I think at some point I would be interested in getting back into it. Back in the day, I used a bit of Exo charts, which was nice. Like I like the layout, but yeah, I guess in a way that I already had stuff that worked. And I was like, do I need to add another thing, another window, and make it more complex? I mean, of course, it can translate into more profit. So it might be, it might be very beneficial. But then like you have your routine and then it's like, ExoCharts is more complex to use. Oh, really? I thought ExoCharts was actually quite easy, but then again, I have like no great experience. So yeah, don't listen to me with regards to order flow. And there's probably other channels. Fed meeting is in May. The next Federal Reserve interest rate meeting and decision is due on May 7th. Okay, so that should be an important day, no? David, would you think about a low there, or what's the... I mean, 7th of May, create a low, look for a bounce, maybe. Good luck, Darius. Make sure you have a plan. I am greeting the Koen's wife. Higher or lower from here? Probabilities are higher to see a little bit lower. Still. But you are at support. You're at support. Okay, you're now reaching support. Shorts, interest in longs. I'm not in a long, but I don't have interest yet. I would like the blue box to be hit, and then I slowly have a look. Resistance hit, interest. I was asleep, first of all. Wait, but I would never snipe highs or lows. I get in later when I have more confirmation, which is what I did. Right. Oh, by the way, guys, I gotta show you this. If you want to support my wife, wait, and I'm not talking about buy something. Wait. She okay. I need to teach her a little bit about YouTube, but she got herself a YouTube channel. She is starting her own business. She's doing actually very well, which is Jade, which is a luxury fashion brand. And she is basically documenting her whole journey from the very beginning to every step. And now she made a YouTube video for the first time, uploaded yesterday. And she had 12 views yesterday, 19 today. If you want to have a look, this is basically our trip to Paris. So we went to Paris. You will see me in the video as well. And you will see her in the video and our trip. And she talks about the trip to Paris for her launch meeting. She has her Instagram here as well. I'm not trying to get you anywhere, but if you want to support another entrepreneur starting a journey on social media, because this is a brand new YouTube channel, right? Brand new YouTube channel. Her Instagram. She has a TikTok as well. She's trying very hard on socials. She doesn't know too much about YouTube yet. I yet have to help her out. She posted me without helping, but you will see me appear in videos as well. You can see some, I suppose, of a bit more of me in the background. It's almost like a bit of vlogging, but she will talk about her journey as an entrepreneur. It's not just fashion. It's also, we had a meeting. It went well, this stuff, that stuff. We looked at some of this and some of that. Then we went to the Eiffel Tower. We had a croissant, la di la di la, So so yeah, she is starting her brand Jade, and Jade is her second name. Her name is Ashley Jade. And Jade is, of course, the stone, right? The green stone as well. And she will implement the stone and what it represents into her clothing. She had conversations with a luxury atelier in Paris. She has conversations with more ateliers around the globe. And she wants to be in the pret-a-porter section for the fashion people here. Look, for example, like if you would walk into a like a Louis store, that's usually pret-a-porter what you can get there. So it's the higher pricing and higher quality end, and that is where she is gonna make new stuff, like launch a new business. So yeah, hey, little bit of a nice little push for the wife. If you are interested in it, then I can recommend it. I mean, of course, but and she also has Instagram and all the other stuff. So, and you will see me there as well. Koens, check BTCD and USDT. Oh, the dominance is the yeah. Mm-hmm. Slowly moving above the box now. Took a while. Of course, look, I don't really have, like this is more classic, I suppose. What's this? Oh, just a channel. Yeah, next area is top of the channel. This is, of course, a percentage chart. And the problem with a percentage chart is that Elliott waves only go so far because you can never go above 100%, never below 0. Volume profile has a bit of a struggle today, so I don't know if this is the chart or if I just can't use a volume profile. There is volume in the bottom, but yeah, I'm generally not too found on or interested in trying to count this, right? So I just look at the structure. A lot of overlap here. Looks like a running flat, A, B, C. Ending diagonal, or yeah. Couple of 1-2s, get your 3, couple of 4-5s, and then eventually bloop. Yeah, if you like with the YouTube channel of Ashley, of my wife, like if you just want to check out what it is, like it's still very basic. She does the editing herself, the voiceover, the captions, the thumbnail. Like she's very new to the game. You can just check out her first video in the videos list. Right, here's the link. And then if you like it and you want to support my wife's journey as an entrepreneur herself, then it is appreciated from the both of us. Yes, that is the Oracle. I haven't seen that popping up in a while though. Is your short still active? Yes, it is. It is. Do you guys need a trading journal that is completely free? Well, I have an Excel sheet myself, which I use. I prefer to build my own stuff. So I don't, but I know maybe other people need a journal. But yeah, I have an Excel sheet myself, and together now with Jeroen, we are building a platform to build a plan. First of all, build a plan, collect data and statistics on your plan, journal that plan, and also, of course, keep track of your trades and trade journaling and analytics and all that stuff. So we're working on that in the background. Soft launch might come soon. Yeah, because the like making a plan is something I always talk about, and I might as well help people with some like automation and help them out in creating something like that. So we're working on a platform which has a lot of functionalities. I can't call it. I don't know all of them out of my head. It's a whole list. And then the soft launch will be the first 50 that answer a Google form are allowed to test the platform, basically. Which is all about keeping your track of your journals. But the first focus is building a plan, having a daily plan, daily agenda. Tracking your trades, improving your strategy, right, with data and all this stuff. Does the high fashion brand really match YouTube and the audience there? Yeah, YouTube has any audience, of course. So you like same like Elliott Waves, which is incredibly niche, right? But there is an audience. So it's just she's more like she's more so she the focus is the brand. YouTube is just like to tell the story and show how things work from the inside out, I suppose. So it's not like she aims to become like a super big YouTuber, but maybe she will, right? If the brand becomes bigger. Same as like brands like, of course, a Dior is already over 100 years old and whatnot. But if they start actively engaging on social media, then they, of course, will build a certain following. But she just, instead of already being there, she shows the steps, the good and the bad on her journey. So and so it's a bit like vlogging, building a brand, building a business type of niche. But in my opinion, there's a niche for everything on YouTube. Like you can look at the craziest. Oh, I was listening Tube Talk on Spotify. It's a podcast, and there was this guy. He's a trumpeter, like the artist, like music artist, the trumpeter, and he makes videos on not just trumpeting, but on a specific like thing that can be used on the trumpet. I don't know, I forgot the word already. And because he has the channel, he gets asked to speak at conferences, work with other businesses, like, you know, that sort of stuff. And it's not a big channel. I think it's like 4,000, 5,000 stuff. So yeah, it's incredible, you know, like yeah. Anything can work. Jade's pretty expensive in Hong Kong. I forgot the deeper the color, the more expensive. Yeah, so you have different types of jade. We were recently in a store where they had a lot of jade, and the owner there told us that the color of jade does not necessarily match the pricing. So you have dark, you have light, but it's the sourcing. Where does it come from? That really matters. You can have light jade that is a lot more expensive than the dark jade. Let's make a day, guys. Wait, how many subs does she have? 26. Thanks, guys. And she has 29 views now. She went from 14 to 29. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the support of the wife. What's her take for Bitcoin? Up or down? Ashley, is Bitcoin going up or down? Yeah? Okay, also have a look at your YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you thank them? Yeah? Okay. Tell them I thank them so much and you guys are the best. She had like ting 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 ting, like, yeah, subscriber, what's happening? She's like, wait, are these people from your community? Because I heard something. So thanks, guys. You're making a day. You're making a day. It's fun to hear. She says thanks with a very big smile, and she says she's looking crazy. You know how girls, looking crazy. Don't wanna go on the webcam today. So yeah, Zen, check. Not terrible. Wait. So David was saying. Reasonable, yeah. So 7th of May, maybe the low in. Reasonable thought. I'm looking for more up than down to between a wick to 6 and then up. The timing would be about right. Yeah. I mean, same here. Same here. In general, we're now active on a 5-minute time frame. You know what I mean? But in general, if we zoom out, I'm a lot more interested in looking for long opportunities on a higher time frame, like for swing trading, right? 68, interesting as well. But you can also see here, right, we're slowing down. So of course we can have a bit of a deeper touch to 68, but I'm more interested in looking for bounces from a swing perspective, right? This is the area where it starts to where I start to change, right? So you have the wave 3, the same principles I explained on a 5-minute time frame happen on a daily, on a 4-hour, right? You have your range, quick move up, right? Price curves again, range. Where do you think it's interesting to short and take profit? There. That's where you have your 4s and your 5s. This is where you have your 1s and your 2s, right? So this is where it becomes interesting on a high time frame to think, well, maybe I should look for some signs of weakness and the potential of swing shorts because we are looking to end an impulse. No? And then eventually you get a move to the downside, right? And then now you're looking at ending structures now, like WXY, diagonal 5-wave structure. Some people have a WXY XZ on their chart. You're now looking into like the final type of structures to form, and then eventually you again look for a bounce back towards the upside. So it becomes interesting from a swing perspective. And, you know, depending on what happens here, yeah, we might be looking at maybe there's a significant low made, but yeah, 68 I wouldn't mind. The trend is your friend until it bends. Mic muted. The mic is still on. Let's have a look. Any luxury Koens merch coming out? The website comes soon and then the merch will come after. BTC Fox will grow much faster. TikTok is where it's at. Yeah, she's on TikTok as well. So currently at support, a little bit of a bounce, right? Not bad. Let's see where the target is. So if we are looking for a 4, right, then your common target area is here. Let's go to a 3. Let's go to a 1. Little order block. Mind you, take it with a grain of salt. This is a 1-minute time frame. 1-minute time frame analysis, yo. Elliott waves on the 1 minute. I'm barely ever active on the 1 minute. Well, looks very 3-wavy, but hey, I can't go further down than a 1 minute. We also touched the 886, but I may actually need to think about a regular flat here instead. 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5 on the 1 minute. Maybe reach like the 382, 79, 8-ish. Look for a rejection and then get another leg down to finish a 5. I mean, this is 1 minute stuff, right? Like, this is just Elliott waves. Take it with a grain of salt. It's the 1 minute. I'm usually 15 minutes or higher, but today has been. I gotta say, it's been fun on the 5 minute. It's been fun on the 5 minute. TikTok, yeah. I mean, I do have shorts actually myself on TikTok, but it's not really. I don't know. We are not growing on TikTok. I mean, YouTube is where it is for me at the moment. I don't know. On TikTok, nothing happens. It's just probably that we don't yet have found the right content, but we'll see. Usually the daily probabilities are uploaded and questions from the live stream. So if you ask a question and I answer your question, the editor will go through the stream, cuts questions and the answers, edits that, and then put it online. But yeah, recently I put a post on my community part on YouTube, and I asked everyone like, hey, what do you want to see in the shorts on YouTube? And oh man, like 80 something % is daily probabilities. Wow. So very, very convincing. I don't know what it is on TikTok though, because YouTube is my more professional platform, right? That's where I do the analysis, the live streams, the focus on Elliott waves is YouTube. So I can imagine why they say or vote daily probabilities, because it's related to the theme of the channel. While I think Instagram works a lot better when I show some more stuff about what I do. Who is Koen? What is Koen doing? Right? And TikTok, I don't know. I guess think the bottom will be formed between 70 and 60K. Does the oh yeah, I answered this one. I answered that one. Wait. Not really a terribly large range. Link Spartan. Thank you, Abdullah. Hey Koens, do you have much interest in the macro? Reason I ask is I'm curious if you ever heard of the 18 point. Yes, I heard about it. Years up, mid-size. Yeah, I heard about it because of Douwe. He is known in Discord and in YouTube as Big Ledusky. So yes, I have heard about it. I'm definitely, look, I only read basic stuff about it online, and I listened to a podcast video on YouTube about it. So I'm definitely not an expert on it, but I do know that 2026, I believe, to 2030 is the 4-year, supposed to be the 4-year like dump, and after that 14 years up again, right? It's something like that. Have you ever used the FIP Spreel tool? I don't know that one. No, I haven't. And click the bell. Cheers, David. Call adding to as long at 80. Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own plan, right? Emily, because it should break 900, but I have no box. Don't know where it can stop. Yeah, we can have a quick look. I've done an Ethereum video recently. So there we are. We were looking at support, at least touching the 618. And that is what we have done. But to the downside, right? This is a box here. To the downside, another one, 1200. So now that we hit the 618, we can at least remove the line, minimum target hit. Wave Y, wave C. So I have a line here. I would be quite interested in taking out the all-time, or not the all-time low, the 880 low, but that's very low, of course, right? I mean, you never know. We were at 4K one day. Here we are at 1500. So yeah, let me have a. You're talking about 900. Elliott Wave Compendium. That one is going to be ready probably by June for the Kindle version. Hey, Ashley. I'm on the chat now quickly. Thank you for the support. Yo, wifey made it into the chat. Yeah, Ashley and maybe a Band-Aid met each other as well in America. Okay. Finish my question. Or the answer, I suppose. The compendium should be published in around June. Working on the final few pages, and once the document is as a PDF ready, we don't really have to convert it for Amazon Kindle, but I do need the terms and conditions and stuff from the lawyer. I did get a message from my lawyer 2 days ago. I don't know what's in there, so I got to check it out. But there's definitely some files added. So because of the book, I need to have terms and conditions and that sort of stuff as well, right? Yeah, I have to check if they are ready. But I have to still open the email. Anyway, around 900. Let me have a look here. From the low to, let's check where okay, that's 1200. Value area low at 1K. I mean, 900 is pretty much the low. Can you check ETH because it should break 900, but I have no box in this area. I don't know where it can stop. Well, of course, if you take out 880, look for a swing, right? An SFP, chuck, close above, impulse correction, and then continuation if you go that low. Other than that, though, let me have a look. Okay, I'll do some. Do I have it? Okay, let me have a look. High time frame point of controls. So this point of control should be taken off this weekly. Why is, oh, that's a yearly. Okay, never mind. That's not a range. 500s. So of course the volume is very low there. So it doesn't really make sense. Let's check here. That would be very low, of course. Okay, I don't need the volume profile. We're not going to use the volume profile. Monthly. Weekly. Oops. That's the wrong folder. That one. So if you do lose 900, my next area would be very low. I mean, I wanna see the reaction at 700 because you can see there is a gap here. So we wicked into this gap, acted as support. I'm talking about this one. So let me clean it up, right? So this, I'm talking about this level, 890. We took out, or we touched this weekly gap, and then we moved up from there. But if you re-enter this gap, probabilities are higher to fill the gap. And the moment you fill the gap, this can act as support, which is around 700. So that would be like a next area. But we are that, like, I'm just answering a question here. This is not yet highest probability stuff. Just you know. So yeah, we have a couple of 1-2s here, right? And we have the move to the downside. But you can see that volume is declining now, right? This move down had more volume than the current move down. Increasing probabilities that this at the moment, that's your 3. This is a first 4 of one of the 1-2s. And you're now looking in 4, 5, 4, 5, and maybe a few more. And then you touch your support at 1200, could be nice. And then you take it from there and price might move back up. Maybe you even go to 800, who knows? But, you know, from an Elliott wave point of view, with the volume, highest volume, most common in your wave 3. That's there. So I'm not really, at least not for now, looking for targets that are that low. So, yeah. Yep. For other entrepreneurs, yeah. Yeah, and people that like to follow a journey of entrepreneurship, a journey in fashion for the people that enjoy fashion, people that like a bit of a vlogging style as well. Do you think it is a bear flag or we are bouncing back? At the moment, probabilities are higher. We're looking at a wave 4. The Oracle speaks. The Oracle is here. Exactly. I make my day by helping others make their day. Now, that is a great mindset to have. And keep that up, you know. A smile on the street or saying hi to someone can make their day. No? Are we going back to 80K? Well, I mean, I have a little bit of resistance at 79.9. Still wave 4. And if you pass this, then yeah, you might go back up. So that is also why we are at support. We don't short into support. with new positions. I would still dig a 4 though, but we'll see. I wonder what will happen to ETH if Bitcoin is going below 68. ETH is struggling so hard we might see 800. Take that low. Take the low of the previous bear, and then yeah. TikTok is oh my cue. Just thought fashion is better for TikTok. Yeah, she also has a TikTok account. Bitcoin, I mean, we were at support here, so we filled the gap on the 5, right? Filled the gap on the 5 minute. And it would be nicer to see 4 5s to finish an impulsive structure. Now, if you move above, 1 second here, the 618. So it's still quite a way to go, no? But 80.4, yeah, you're looking at this is a 3. This then becomes a 3-wave structure down. It's going to be an ABC. Wave 4 targets. We have almost reached the 0.382. There we go. I gotta manage my trade. I should put there we go. Just changing the stop loss. My stop loss was still in the loss, not at break even. So I just put it at break even now. Little bit in profit. Gotta take care of the fees. Koens, do you still do analysis on altcoins? Actually, I have another tab open with the highest market cap alts. I want to do. Recently, I did XRP, SUI. What was the other one? Oh, ETH. But I mean, we're online now for what, 4 hours? We just keep chatting away. Oh my, 4-hour live stream, guys! Look at this. Look at this. This is the live stream. It's very unusual for the streams I have to see an increase in viewers after being live for 2 hours. But that's because of the market, of course, because the market probably went down here, right? So let's say this is about 5:30. That's about in the middle of the dump. So so here we made the low on our chart at about 508, which is about here. From this moment, the viewers, all of you guys, went up. So we could maybe do an Elliott wave analysis on this now, right? So this is the low, this is the dump. Now price reached support, right, on the chart. So this is an inverse correlation with the Bitcoin chart, right? Price was stable. We were pretty stable. Price moves down, viewers go up. Price is at support, viewers go down. Inverse correlation with the chart. Yeah. We're at support. Okay, we've seen it. We know what to look for. We had to move down. Time to continue today. I can imagine though, because it is a long live stream. 4 hours. Can't remember the last one that I did like this. We followed a marathon. Yeah, exactly. What are you doing on a Thursday? Why are you even here for so long? It's the middle of, well, the live stream 4 hours ago started at 2. Pretty much. 3. What are you doing? Why are there so many people here today? Like people supposed to work, or maybe entrepreneurs running, maybe you're studying and you have a second screen and you just have it on the screen. Like, what are you guys up to? But yeah, I mean, what I was saying is it is, of course, time for me to zoom out and do some other stuff, as I always say in my streams. And then in the end, we are here for a long time. So Just missed out on the 886. That's close. Just checking if a diagonal works. Wave 4 is bigger than 2 in size, which means the diagonal doesn't work. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. So you would need double 1, 2 here, and this is a 4, 5, 4, 5. So therefore, you will look at an ABC for the bulls. A. Ended on a high amount of volume, so therefore increases probability it is corrective. B. C. That's your bullish count. Bearish is a double 1, 2, because the highest amount of volume and the steepest move is here. So preferably all of this is your 1, 2s. That's your 3. You're now working on your 4, 5s, and then you get a bounce. Either that is a bearish second 2, or you finished an ABC and you go up, continue the range with labeling this as a W. You look for X, but you would look for a bit of a move up. I don't know if I have any supports or resistances. Confluences. Okay. We're at a point of control. 12 is another area I have on my chart apparently. So, I haven't looked here for a long time. Point of control at 13. Okay, so 13. Below this point of control, there's another one at 13. Let's do this. So, yeah. That's your bullish count. ABC. 1, 2. You do need a double 1, 2 in here to get a 4, 4. Otherwise, ABC, but that's a big C. No. Okay, it can work, but then you need a WXY. If this is flat, X, you need a zigzag in Y. This looks more impulsive. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Looks more impulsive than a zigzag. So I would prefer 5, 3, 5. I think the 13, 12 area looks pretty neat to look at least for a bounce. Doesn't necessarily mean continuation. 861, 865. If we pull on a couple of fibs, then golden pocket 786 is there as well. So yeah, this is an interesting area, no? Yeah, and currently we are at support as well. Don't get me wrong. So yeah, that's how I look at the chart at the moment. Okay, everyone. I hope you enjoyed today's live stream because, oh boy, I gotta call it a night. So 76K in the next hours, 77. I wouldn't look at 76 just yet. The blue box here is 77. What's your opinion based on T charts? Trying to enter, but I want a good entry. I don't actually know what T charts is, to be honest. Wait. Cheers, R-Pink. What's the wave count on them views? Yeah. The wave count on the views. Probably an ABC to the upside because it's going to go to 0 very quick when I quit the stream. What's the wave count? We follow the marathon. Yes, this channel's underrated too. Cheers, Daily Profits. Koens, hello. What is the best prop for short? Look. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a signals channel. I really support people to create their own plan and strategy. There is look, I am not interested in shorting here because we are now at support levels. It's more interesting to look for longs in this area compared to shorts, right? The shorts was here, especially once you lost the support as well, plus bearish CVD, plus a 5 corrective stuff, 5. Interesting. However, if I would have to pick one, then it would probably be this. I am not trading it. Full transparency, I am not taking any short here. I'm already in a short. I'm not interested to hit shorts because we're at support. From an Elliott wave point of view, it would make more sense to still have a 4-5 and at least make one more low, 886 touch here. So interesting, right? At least there is a bit of argumentation, if that's an English word. I can support the narrative, right? But there is no way I'm randomly shorting. What I would need to see is price to hit some resistance. We're almost there. And then get a retracement, right? Like bearish CVDs, impulse down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, corrective move up, and then that's the entry. I'm not someone that snipes anyway. I never snipe highs or lows, but there's no. I'm not shorting. But you have a different plan. But at least you gave me an opportunity to talk about my approach. But yeah, I don't do signals or that sort of. I mean, generally when I am live, I kind of talk about what I am looking for, and people kind of understand how I trade. So I guess in a way they kind of understand how I position myself. But you know, I'm happy today. So you know, yeah, you know. Elliott wave everywhere. Yeah, I know. Even when I look at a mountain ridge, I see the mountains and I'm like, 1, 2, 3, WXY. Full-time trader or full-time, consistently profitable. I like that more, consistently profitable. Trading can be boring. It's nice to have something to watch. I agree. I spoke with my business coach earlier today, and based on my personality tests that I've already done over a year ago to work with him as well. I'm a, I don't know if everyone knows it, like the Enneagram, but I'm a 1, and then I relate to 7 and 4, but I'm a 1 SO, which is a 1 social. So 1 is the strict perfectionist and the SO is the social. So I do good in communities and with other people. I'm you know, but I am incredibly analytical. I'm a thinker, and I love live streaming. It's a combination of being analytical with the charts, hanging out with you guys. You know, it's like it's that combined, which probably is the reason why I love it so much. And time flies, 4 hours down the line, and here we are. You know. Do you think we will hit 75, 76 in the next hours? I think I answered this one, right? I would look for 77. At the moment, I'm not looking below the box, which goes to 77. Because below the box, there is, I don't know, do I have any support below the box? Yeah, daily at 76 too. Yeah, but I would prefer the box to hold. It's a better area. It's a better area of support. And then touch the box, wait for the reaction, retracement, entry. Touch the box, wait for the reaction, retracement, entry 1. Wait, that's too low. Entry 1, TP1, stop that break even, entry 2. That's my style. Lol. I work remotely. That's nice. That's nice. I can work like I hobby. I like to hobby. Remote as well. I can basically bring my laptop everywhere. And I made an update in America. I'll go to South Africa at the end of May. But I would agree with this as well. we are at a critical point. LTC USD. Yeah, I don't really want to get into too much alts because then we're going to be here till midnight my time, which is a problem for me. Ooh, that's an ugly chart. What am I? What is it? Bitfinex? Why is a Bitfinex chart in my folder here? Wow, I have not been on this chart for so long. No one asks about Litecoin. Surprising. So this must have been, this is December 2024. Yeah, I don't know when the last time is that we counted this. Oh, that's old TA. This is very old. Look, this is old Kun. You can see the colors of the fibs. That's over, I think over 2 years ago. Maybe before the YouTube channel even existed. Yeah. I would need to look at this. 3, 1, 2. Honestly, 1, 2 triangle. D. A, B, C. But then your D has to be complex, which is low probabilities. Or is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C, D. And then this needs to be E. Either here or here. But that's triangle. Triangle stuff. Macro bull. What did I do here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 and this is 2. Okay, what's this? That was the bullish count. Yeah, the AB, like this move down this is of course a clear 3 wave. So on LTC, your probabilities are higher to continue the bull market whenever. This is a weekly chart, so it takes ages. But of course, we have a very clear 3 wave move down. So long term, you're looking for price to still take out the high. Now, of course, you have a 5, 3, that's a 3. So that is why we then move into triangles with the potential of WXYs. What's the retracement? Only touch the 382. Here it is the 0.5. The reason why I say only is just in case I wanted to count this as like a W, X, and then a Y with wave Y, a flat ABC. X is very shallow, which is not great. You want a higher X for a sideways WXY. Having a very shallow X increases the chance of a potential WXY if you do continue. So a triangle is one scenario. I don't really want to go into too much detail because I can look locally, but 886 touch here, I bet. So yeah, looks to still take out this high. This is a 3. That's very clear. This is where things get messy. This is, of course, a 3 as well. So then what? You can have the triangle and then be soon finished. If you move below B, C, D, yeah, this would be your... You don't want price to move below 40. That's an invalidation of the triangle. WXY, I mean... This is, of course, a clear 3. So either this is A, B, this is your C of a triangle. A, B, C, D, E. You can also, of course, still have a triangle here. Same invalidation, that low, but it's a bit early. A, B, this is only C. So it's a bit too early to talk triangles. So I'm now leaning towards the potential of W, X. Maybe this is your X, A, B. Can this be a flat by? Can this be your Y? I'm also thinking about Ethereum while I'm doing this. We did touch the 886 and we touched the 0.9. I need to go lower. Wow, what a messy chart, eh? Is this wick there on all the platforms? I mean, now we did hit the 0.9, and if I put it here, Wait, why is it not... Yo, we did. We did hit it. Okay. $149.92, 141. Yeah, okay. So there is the potential at least for a flat, which is the same scenario as Ethereum, pretty much. I'm not like in this move down, the only awkward thing is this one here in the middle. But for the sake of simplicity, we just count 3. Of course, possibly WXY finished and you are working on whatever. This looks very 3-wavy. I don't want to count anything impulsive here. It doesn't really make too much sense. So it would work nicer if this is just 3, you have a W, you get your X, and you're working on a Y. ABC for Y would be a little short for Y in time compared to your W and X. Arguably, it's just the beginning, or you go in a triangle for a wave Y, right? Also still an option. It's all still looking for upside later. It's just you're in this very big range. I don't have any SR areas here. I haven't analyzed it enough. So yeah, in detail. So I don't have any reference points. 1-2s. Quick move up. This is where you start ranging. Impulse finished at the high. This looks like a 3. This looks like a 3 as well, or at least some sort of whatever that is. Oh, how do you, yeah, I don't want to be bothered counting that, of course. So this is your 3. 3 move down. Possibly A, B. This looks like a flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then this has to be your B. Now I'm counting it anyway. I can't. A, B, this has to be A. That means that you prefer a zigzag now. You don't want to actually do A. You don't want a flat in B and then a C down, but some say it's not even allowed. But anyway. The last move down so far, of course, looks like a 3-wave. It's not a great way to end. So I wouldn't be surprised if it still goes a bit lower. Guess. Point of control. Today, please. Tradingview. Point of control. So your point of control is support. Took out the high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Potential for ABC. I'm not yet convinced about a low in. So for LTC, right? What we want is this is just going down, impulse, whatnot, WXY, maybe a triangle. What I like to see here, right? The triangle for the ones just joining. And then you finish maybe 4 here. That's fine as well. Right? You can still have a 1, 2 here. Can this still be a wave 2? Why is my my shift not working? My magnet, it's shift, right? Or am I... Oh, no, wait. Is it control? Oh, no. Oh, it's this one. Oh, I was confused with the I'm on an Apple system now. Nowadays, I was pressing buttons that work on a Windows. So 618 is currently being retested, not taken. 786 just below. So you still have an opportunity at least to count it as a wave 1, and this is a corrective 2. You touch the 886 here, so probabilities are higher that whatever is forming to the downside is corrective. Either your triangle finish here, and this is a 1, 2. This can be wave Y, of course, then a bigger WXY. But what I would look for, again, I am conservative. I prefer to win compared to trying to snipe. So what I like to see is I like to miss out. This is weekly time frame, but let's say it's on a daily or a 4-hour. I just wait. Give me a bit of an impulse. Give me a corrective mess to the downside, and that's my trade. And instead of trying to jump the gun, I prefer to be later, but maybe late, quote unquote late here, might be here. Someone might snipe this, expect poof, right? Maybe that person is correct. But it's also possible price does this and then builds a 5-wave impulse correction, and then there you are. So we do have a 5-wave move up here, but don't be mistaken, that can just be A, B, C. So that is why I'm not interested in this at the moment as a wave 1 after maybe a triangle ending. I would like to see more. This can be a wave C as well now, which basically means it's corrective, not impulsive as a 1. So I prefer to see something locally. That's what I would look for there. 50 minutes. There we go. Back to Bitcoin. Hey, Bitcoin is going down. Are we surprised? No, we are not. Oop. Yeah, I gotta call it, Joe. There's no end. You're good, guys. Soon 2,000 live. 2,000. Well, we're almost there. We're already at 148. So tomorrow maybe. Imagine 2,000 people here. Jeez, we won't be able to manage the chat anymore. It goes too quick. I have been following your channel since almost 2 years. Rocket Bunny, familiar name. And your video really helped me a lot, like the way it choose different possibilities. I just did LTC as well. So, but yo, Rocket Bunny, thanks for being here for almost 2 years. 2 years. That's insane. The channel is only alive for 2 years and not even 2 months. Wow, OG, Rocket Bunny. Thanks for being here still. Yo, what's up, Louise? Welcome, man. Just on my 2FA. Any significant meaning? It's fun you had to think about me, though. Yeah. How you enter trades from either on. This is what we are working on for a platform coming up, because that's going to be very educational and a lot more in-depth on how to trade Elliott waves. So it's something, I don't know, maybe the end of this year or something. It's for later, but I have it in mind at least for a platform that's coming up. It's not yet being built, actually. More like an educational platform with like theory and a lot of like it's like the Elliott Wave website that I have in my LINKTREE. So all of like a lot of information about Elliott waves on the website, and some educational material, and the book can go there as well, and different things. Koen, you're still streaming. I know. We're crazy. 4 hours is the new norm now. Trump's having a surprise cabinet meeting. Careful for the positions. Yeah, I am managed already, just in case. Thank you, Rocket Bunny. You're my mentor in Elliott Waves, and I followed you since you had around 300 followers. Holy shit. I mean, that's like love right there. Thanks, Rocket Bunny. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thanks for the support. That's incredible. 300 subs. We are at 16. I don't know where we are now. 16 point something. I don't tend to really look at the numbers too much. We are at 16,778 subscribers. Oh, wait. I forgot to delete my stream that had no sound. Yo, people commented. Okay. Wow, we're almost at 16.8K. Jeez, look at us go. Yeah, I'm still live. I know. I'm 1 year back. Said, what the fuck is this guy doing? Now I'm in silver. Yeah. You know how many people are looking at my channel for the first time and are like, Jeroen, even Jeroen, he works for me now. The first time he saw my channel, he was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? He talks about price can go up and price can go down and then probabilities. And it's like, yo, I don't know. And then, so he didn't follow even or sub. And then later, another video of me popped up on his timeline, and he decided to click and actually watch till the end. And he was like, okay, maybe there's more to this guy than meets the eye. Then he started watching more and more. It became part of the community, got very involved, asked me like, yo, can I work for you? And I was like, sure. So, yeah. There's so many people that watch my stuff and they're like, yo, what's this guy talking about? He has no idea. And I can imagine that that's the opinion. Because when I analyze the chart, an Elliott wave analyst always needs a bullish and a bearish scenario. But then he should be able to distinguish, is price higher probability to take a high or take a low? Is it higher probability to move towards the up or move towards the down? But I cover both sides. And then at the end of the video, that's where I summarize and come with the conclusion. But if people only watch the first couple of minutes, they're like, yo, what the fuck, man? Like, let's go somewhere else, yo. But that's no problem. Everyone has their own favorites. But Jeroen was one of the people that watched one piece of content somewhere at some time and was like, nope. And then he came back and he was like, yep, we're here. We're here. So, yeah, okay. Last little thing for person in chat talking about Ondo. We have not been here for a very long time. So we touched the old support. Let me clean this up a little bit. So this has been touched. This is touched. Let's keep the point of control on the chart because it looks nice. Okay. That's, yeah. Ondo. The awkward thing with Ondo is the overlap between your 1 and your wave 4, but the end of 4 does not overlap with 1 due to the triangle shape. So you could allow it in a way. Like it's definitely far from preferred. Let me make sure that's understood. It's definitely not what I like. Wait. Yo, nice. Ondo, yo. Mm-hmm. 786. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Impulse, right? Start like a sharp move up. So this leg is definitely an impulsive structure. I don't really like it as an ABC though. Of course, most bullish is a double 1-2, but then again, there's no sign of strength yet. Volume is now moving down. So that is at least positive. One second. I don't know about this wick, but it would be very bearish if I would start counting 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's just that every move down has overlap, so it feels more corrective than impulsive. You move down, 1, 2. Oh, wait, that might actually be it. No. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, it doesn't make sense. We took out the high. 1, 2. We can't really get 3, 4, 5. We just have overlap all the time. It feels more corrective than it feels impulsive to the downside, has to be said. No, we can't count it diagonal. Mm. 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 But then your wave 3 is very long. Just having a look. That's your one. 2 there. Why? At least you didn't hit the invalidation for a diagonal. But basically a diagonal would mean you're looking to eventually curve back towards the upside. It's just think about a diagonal because of the overlap. Move down, sideways, overlap, down, sideways, overlap. But it looks corrective, right? It's difficult to count it impulsive unless you count a diagonal. You can't really count an impulse because of all the overlap, which isn't allowed. Wave 2 and wave 4 are not allowed to overlap. So you have to go into diagonals or a multi 1-2, but a multi 1-2 would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You're going to get an absolute banger 3 to all-time lows. Doesn't really make sense at the moment. This move down looks better as a corrective structure or a diagonal. For a diagonal, not allowed to take the low in that case, and you'll start looking for a move up. At least if you count it 1, 2, 3, 4. Arguably, you need to count 1, 2, 3, 4, but then 3 starts to be long. I might actually just prefer to count it as more like a corrective structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 3, corrective stuff. You could even move into a WXY now. WX 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Look for 5. WXY. So, yeah. So volume is declining. Point of control. We are at the point of control. Value area low at 62. Weekly at 62 as well. Is there a monthly? We touched the monthly already. So we start to move down into some support levels as well. And oh. I mean, by all means, we can, of course, see that the shape, again, right? You can see the shape. So it's not 1 low, 2 low, 3 low, value area low, weekly level. Take some liquidity possibly, and then start curving, right, and get move back towards the upside. 1 hour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, correction. This of course looks impulsive with the news. Yeah, I mean this wave 4 is very long now if we want to combine it to any of the twos, so preferably it's finished. Very news heavy pump. I won't be surprised if price just fills this whole thing on this coin. On Bitcoin, we already filled it, right? But here we didn't yet. At the moment, it's a 3 waver, not a 5 waver. You have overlap Yep, you have overlap here as well, so you cannot count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bullish is going to be 1, 2, 1, 2 up. Second wave 2 bigger than the first. Lowest probability in price. But it's not an invalidation. And I don't know, it looks better as an ABC for now. So highest volume currently in the last move. This does look, it does seemingly looks corrective, no? Doesn't really look, we have a big wick. Okay, A, B, C, /3, question mark. Yeah. Guys, I gotta move though. We can do like an altcoin stream again another time. That's always what I'm almost afraid for is I gotta go, but I get so many requests I can't keep up. So I gotta move. I'm online for how long now? Almost 5 hours, man. Oh. So it's time for me to call it a night. I mean, afternoon it used to be, but now it's night already. So, cheers, BTC Fox, man. Hard to find good Elliott wave content. Hopefully you enjoy your time here. No? Hopefully. I know. Okay. Everyone, thank you for your time. Summary. At the moment, probabilities are higher to still take out this low. Would be nice to hit the box. This is your wave 3, preferably still looking for a bullish scenario. 1, 2, 3, ranging for 5. Then start to curve back up. Bearish scenario would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. So keep an eye on that 4 and the structure. We are at support. Absolutely no interest to short here. My shorts were here anyway. We have a little bit of resistance at 79.8. Target area for your wave 4. So far, so good. Being respected, which is the 236 to the 05. The 382 has been touched. Just above, a little bit of resistance as well at 79.8. But yeah, let's see what we get. Because we had a grind over here, quick move down, and now we start ranging sideways. It becomes more interesting to look for curves back up. Preferably, again, I would still like to see another 4 and then another drop in a 5 minimum for at least a wave C. Touch the box would be nice. We like the boxes. And then take it from there. See if we get another 4 or 5 after, or we start getting a reaction, retracement, corrective, and that's a nice move. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's the summary. So whoo, I managed to click away from the chart. That's already a whole performance because we have been looking at that chart for 4 hours and 43 minutes. 4 hours and 43 minutes. So holy moly. Thanks for being here. I had a really good time being here on the stream with all of you chatting about Biddy. So thanks for hanging out. We have also done a couple of alts, right? We've done a few alts as well. We've done Ethereum, AVAX, Ondo, LTC. I think that's it. And we mainly focused on Bitcoin, explaining more about what we're looking for. No? So it's been a long stream. Tomorrow is another day. I'm going to call it a night. And we'll see where we are tomorrow. Final day. There is some high impact news tomorrow as well, by the way. So just make sure you trade safe and you manage everything very well. Because there is news in the afternoon, I will very likely be live again. Probably not for almost 5 hours, got to be honest. But I'll probably be live again because of the news. And the news is going to be at 2:30, I think. 2:30 p.m. Central European time. So let's see if we get some good stuff. All right, so I'll probably be live at 2:30. Let's say that I'll be live at 2:30. So I don't know if I'll upload a video because I'll be live as well. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So thanks everyone for hanging out, for being here, for subbing, liking, viewing, watching, commenting, whatever. And I will see you again at the next one.